Hello, amazing audience. Thanks for visiting Fanfic Adventure. Today we unravel the story of what if Naruto was the son of Hades who inherited the Rinnegan and commanded an army of dead ninja. If stories make your day better, subscribe to join our family. Like and share to spread the love. And now, let's begin our tale. Chapter 1, Eyes of the Underworld. The shadows moved differently around Naruto Uzumaki. He'd first noticed it 3 days ago. At first, he thought it was his imagination, the way darkness seemed to crawl toward him when he walked alone, how his own shadow sometimes stretched in directions that defied the sun's position. Little things. Insignificant things. Until they weren't. Now, as he leapt through the dense forest canopy outside Konoha, the shadows bent and warped around his body like sentient ribbons. The effect was subtle enough that his teammates hadn't noticed, but for Naruto, who turned 17 today, it was becoming impossible to ignore. "You're falling behind." Sakura called over her shoulder, pink hair whipping in the wind as she bounded forward. Naruto pushed harder, propelling himself between massive tree branches. "Just conserving my energy for when we actually find these rogues." Ahead, Captain Yamato signaled for silence as their 4-person squad approached the suspected location of the rogue ninja hideout. The mission was straightforward. A group of missing nin had been raiding villages along Fire Country's eastern border. Their task: eliminate the threat. Hinata Hyuga activated her Byakugan without a word, veins bulging around her pale eyes as she scanned the terrain ahead. Something about those eyes had always fascinated Naruto, though today they seemed to glow with an intensity he'd never noticed before. 3 kilometers northeast, she whispered. 7 chakra signatures in an underground bunker. They've set traps in a perimeter pattern. Yamato nodded. Standard approach. Naruto and I will create a distraction. Sakura, you and Hinata slip through their defenses while they're focused on us. The plan was sound, but as they prepared to split up, Naruto felt a strange sensation crawling up his spine, cold fingers of warning that made the hair on his neck stand up. Something waited in the forest beyond their targets, something ancient and watchful. "Wait," he said, grabbing Yamato's arm. "Something's not right." Yamato frowned. "What is it?" "I don't know. Just, a feeling." Naruto struggled to articulate the pressure building behind his eyes. "There's more out there than what Hinata saw." "My Byakugan doesn't lie," Hinata said gently. 7 signatures, exactly as reported. Naruto shook his head. "I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just," he stopped as pain lanced through his temples. The shadows around his feet writhed like snakes. "Are you okay?" Sakura stepped closer, her medical training kicking in as she studied his face. "Your pupils are dilated." "I'm fine." He straightened, forcing the discomfort down. "Let's stick to the plan." But as they separated, the whispers started. Faint at first, like wind through dry leaves, then clearer, voices speaking words he couldn't quite catch. Naruto gritted his teeth and followed Yamato, trying to ignore how the forest floor seemed to ripple beneath his feet. They launched their distraction with practiced efficiency. Naruto's shadow clones burst from the tree line, drawing fire from hidden traps while Yamato's with jutsu systematically disabled the perimeter defenses. The rogue ninja responded exactly as expected, emerging from hidden entrances to confront the apparent frontal assault. Everything was going according to plan until Naruto locked eyes with the leader of the rogues, a gaunt man with a Rain Village headband scored by a deep horizontal slash. "The child of shadows," the man whispered, eyes widening. "So the rumors were true." Naruto faltered. "What did you call me?" The rogue ninja formed hand signs faster than Naruto had ever seen, culminating in a jutsu he'd never encountered. Shadow recognition, divine bloodline reveal. The jutsu struck Naruto like a physical blow. His vision splintered, the world fracturing into layers of reality. Suddenly, he could see transparent figures moving among the trees, human shapes with hollow eyes and gaping mouths. The dead walked alongside the living. What the hell did you do to me? Naruto demanded, staggering backward. The rogue ninja laughed, a sound of mingled fear and triumph. I did nothing but lift the veil, son of Hades. Your eyes are finally opening to your birthright. Before Naruto could respond, a scream tore through the forest, Hinata's voice, twisted with pain. The sound triggered something primal within him. The pressure behind his eyes exploded outward as Naruto raced toward the source of her cry, leaving Yamato calling after him. He found Hinata collapsed in a clearing, blood seeping through her jacket from a wound in her side. Four rogue ninja surrounded her and Sakura, who stood protectively over her fallen teammate, fists glowing with chakra. Took a poison kunai meant for me, Sakura explained tersely as Naruto landed beside them. I've slowed the spread, but the compound is unusual. Naruto knelt beside Hinata, whose breathing had become shallow and labored. Her normally pale skin had taken on a grayish hue, and when her eyes fluttered open, they fixed on him with frightening intensity. Naruto, she whispered. Your eyes. One of the rogues laughed. The Hyuga girl won't last an hour with that poison in her system. Our leader specifically designed it to attack chakra pathways. Even your medical ninja can't, shut up. Naruto's voice emerged deeper than normal, resonating with a power that didn't feel entirely his own. The ground beneath them trembled slightly. Make me, brat, the ninja sneered, forming hand signs for another attack. Something snapped inside Naruto. The pain that had been building behind his eyes erupted outward, and he felt his vision changing, sharpening. The world became clearer, every detail crystalline in its precision. He could see chakra now, not just sense it, but actually see it flowing through living bodies like rivers of light. And he could see something else, threads of darkness connecting everything to the earth beneath their feet, pulsing with ancient power. What's happening to him? One of the rogues asked, backing away. Their leader emerged from the trees, eyes wide. The Rinnegan, impossible. Naruto stood slowly, unaware of how his eyes had transformed, concentric purple rings replacing his usual blue irises. All he knew was that Hinata was dying, and these men were responsible. The fury building inside him connected with something deep beneath the forest floor, a wellspring of power that had always been there, waiting. You will not take her from me, he said, his voice echoing strangely. The earth cracked beneath his feet. From these fissures, pale hands emerged, first one pair, then dozens. The hands belonged to corpses that pulled themselves from the ground, their bodies in various states of decay. Some wore tattered shinobi attire from villages long fallen, others were clearly civilians who had died in these woods over centuries. The dead rose around Naruto, their hollow eyes fixing on the rogue ninja with terrible purpose. Kill, Naruto whispered, and the corpse army surged forward. The rogues fought with desperate ferocity, but they couldn't stand against the overwhelming numbers. No matter how many times they destroyed a corpse, Naruto's will kept the dead moving, attacking without fear or hesitation. Within minutes, the clearing had become a charnel house. Naruto, stop. Yamato's voice finally broke through his rage. The captain stood at the edge of the clearing, horror evident on his face. They're defeated. Naruto blinked, the purple rings of the Rinnegan fading as his vision returned to normal. The corpses collapsed like puppets with cut strings, disintegrating into dust that sank back into the earth. Only the leader of the rogues remained alive, pinned against a tree by wooden restraints from Yamato's jutsu. What just happened? Naruto asked, his voice hoarse. What did I do? Before Yamato could answer, Sakura called urgently, Naruto. I need your help with Hinata. Now. He rushed back to where Hinata lay, her breathing grown dangerously shallow. Sakura looked up at him, fear and determination warring in her expression. The poison's attacking her chakra network in a way I've never seen before, she explained. I can slow it, but I can't stop it. We need to get her back to Tsunade. That's a 3-hour journey at top speed, Yamato said, joining them. Will she last that long? Sakura's silence was answer enough. Naruto knelt beside Hinata, taking her cold hand in his. There has to be something we can do. As their hands touched, Hinata's eyes flew open, her Byakugan activated involuntarily. The veins around her eyes pulsed with an unusual golden light. Naruto, she gasped. I can see everything. Your chakra, it's not just chakra. There's something else mixed with it, something divine. Divine? Naruto repeated, confused. But as he spoke, he felt power stirring again, responding to his distress. The shadow beneath him expanded, and from it rose a translucent figure, a shinobi in ancient armor, his face marked with the symbol of a medical corps long extinct. The poison is derived from the nightshade that grows in the realm of Persephone, the spirit said in a voice like dry leaves. A mortal medical ninja cannot counter it, but the son of Hades can command it to release its victim. I don't understand, Naruto said, even as something deep within him recognized the truth of these words. Who are you? One who served your father's realm in life and death, the spirit answered. Now place your hand on her wound and command the poison to return to the underworld. Naruto hesitated only a moment before placing his palm over the bloody gash in Hinata's side. The contact sent electricity shooting up his arm, her chakra resonating with his in a way he'd never experienced. I command this poison to return to the underworld, he said, feeling slightly foolish despite the gravity of the moment. Nothing happened. The spirit shook its head. Not with the voice of a boy. Command it with the authority of Hades' son. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching for the well of power he'd touched before. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of mountains, of ancient stone and deeper darkness. Return to the underworld from whence you came. Beneath his palm, black veins appeared on Hinata's skin, the poison responding to his command by gathering itself. It seeped out through her wound, forming a small puddle of viscous black liquid on the ground. The earth swallowed it hungrily. Hinata gasped, color returning to her face as the Byakugan's golden glow subsided. The pain, it's gone. The spirit nodded in satisfaction before dissolving back into shadow. Sakura immediately began properly healing the wound, her medical ninjutsu closing the gash with practiced efficiency. That's impossible, she muttered as she worked. That poison was attacking her entire system. It should have taken days of treatment to purge completely. Yamato exchanged a meaningful look with the captive rogue leader. I think it's time for some explanations. You won't get anything from me, the man spat, though fear lurked behind his defiance. We'll see about that. Yamato tightened the wooden restraints. Sakura, is Hinata stable enough to move? Sakura nodded. She's out of danger, but she needs rest. Good. Naruto, help carry her. We're returning to the village immediately. As Naruto carefully lifted Hinata, she looked up at him with wonder. Your eyes, she whispered. They've changed back now, but they were beautiful. Like ripples in a purple pond. The Rinnegan, Naruto said, the word feeling right on his tongue though he wasn't sure how he knew it. That's what the rogue called it. Yamato, who had been securing their prisoner, froze at these words. Naruto, are you certain that's what happened? The Rinnegan is a legendary dojutsu. There hasn't been a confirmed wielder since the Sage of Six Paths. I know what I saw, the rogue leader called. The ripple pattern, the command over death. The boy is a Cambion, half human, half god. The child of shadows that our master warned us about. Yamato silenced him with a swift chop to the neck, rendering him unconscious. We need to get back to Konoha. Now. Lady Tsunade needs to hear about this directly. The journey back was tense with unasked questions. Naruto carried Hinata, who drifted between consciousness and sleep, occasionally reaching up to touch his face as if to reassure herself he was real. Sakura kept shooting him concerned glances, while Yamato remained unnaturally silent, his expression grim. As for Naruto, he found himself newly aware of the dead that populated the forest around them, spirits lingering near the sites of their deaths, watching their passage with hollow eyes. Most ignored them, but some bowed their heads as Naruto passed, a gesture of respect that disturbed him more than their presence. They reached Konoha by nightfall, the village lights glowing warmly against the encroaching darkness. At the gate, they were met by an ANBU squad. Captain Yamato, the masked leader said, "Lady Hokage requests your team's immediate presence." "We were already heading to report," Yamato replied. "We have an injured team member and a prisoner for interrogation." The ANBU captain nodded toward two of his subordinates, who took custody of the still unconscious rogue. "Medical ninja are waiting at the tower for Hinata Hyuga. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he is to come directly to the Hokage's private office." Naruto frowned. How did Tsunade even know we were back? And what's so urgent it can't wait until after we check on Hinata? The ANBU remained impassive. "The Hokage received intelligence an hour ago regarding your mission. That is all I'm authorized to say." "It's all right, Naruto," Hinata said softly. She had regained enough strength to stand, though she leaned heavily on Sakura. "I'll be fine. Go see Lady Tsunade." Naruto reluctantly handed her over to the waiting medical team. "I'll come find you as soon as I can," he promised. As he followed the ANBU through the village toward the Hokage Tower, Naruto became aware of being watched, not just by the living citizens of Konoha, but by more of the dead. They lined the streets like spectral observers, visible only to his increasingly sensitive perception. One figure stood out among them, a tall, silver-haired man leaning against a lamppost, his face covered by a familiar mask. Naruto stopped short. "Kakashi-sensei. When did you get back from your mission?" The ANBU paused, looking back. "Who are you speaking to, Uzumaki?" With a chill, Naruto realized the ANBU couldn't see Kakashi, though the Jonin stood barely 10 feet away. Yet Kakashi looked solid to him, not transparent like the other spirits. "Naruto," Kakashi said, his visible eye crinkling with his characteristic smile. "We need to talk, but not here. I'll see you in Tsunade's office." He disappeared in a swirl of leaves, or what looked like leaves but dissolved into shadow. "No one," Naruto told the ANBU, resuming his walk. "Just thought I saw someone I knew." The Hokage Tower was unusually quiet for this time of evening. The ANBU led Naruto directly to Tsunade's private office rather than the official Hokage chamber where she typically conducted village business. Inside, Tsunade waited behind her desk, fingers steepled beneath her chin. Kakashi stood by the window, looking exactly as he had on the street. A third figure lurked in the shadows of the room's far corner, a tall man with wild white hair that Naruto recognized immediately. "Pervy Sage!" Naruto exclaimed, tension momentarily forgotten at the sight of his mentor. "What are you doing here?" "I thought you were gathering intelligence in." "Intelligence gathering is exactly what brought me back," Jiraiya interrupted, stepping forward. His typically jovial expression was unusually serious. "Specifically, intelligence about you, kid." Tsunade dismissed the ANBU with a curt nod. Once the door closed, she activated a privacy seal that glowed briefly around the room's perimeter. "Naruto," she began, her amber eyes sharp with concern. "Tell me exactly what happened during your mission. Leave nothing out." He recounted the events, the strange shadows, the rogue ninja's recognition of him, the transformation of his eyes, and his command over the dead. As he spoke, the three adults exchanged loaded glances. "So it's finally happening," Jiraiya said when Naruto finished. "Exactly as the prophecy foretold. On the 17th anniversary of his birth, the Son of Shadows will awaken to his divine heritage." "What prophecy?" Naruto demanded. "What's happening to me?" "That ninja called me the son of Hades. Like the god from those old Western legends." "Not legends," Kakashi said quietly. "The gods are quite real, Naruto. They've always existed alongside our world, though most shinobi go their entire lives without encountering them directly." Tsunade sighed heavily, pulling a bottle of sake from her desk drawer. I was hoping we'd have more time before this conversation became necessary. But now that your powers have awakened, we can't delay any longer. What powers? You mean the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan is only part of it, Jiraiya explained. It's the manifestation of your divine chakra merging with your mortal chakra network. But your ability to command the dead comes directly from your father. My father. Naruto whispered, heart racing. After years of wondering, of being told his parentage was classified for his protection, he was finally going to learn the truth. You're saying my father was actually a god? Hades? Yes, Tsunade confirmed. Lord Hades, ruler of the Underworld and the pantheon known in the Western lands as the Olympians. Though here, he has many other names. The Shinigami. The Death God. The Shadow King. But my mother, Kushina Uzumaki was very much human, Kakashi said gently. A remarkable kunoichi with special chakra that attracted divine attention. She and Lord Hades fell in love during a period when he walked the mortal realm in human form. Naruto struggled to process this information. If my father is a god, why has he never contacted me? Why leave me alone all these years? A heavy silence fell over the room. It was Jiraiya who finally broke it. Divine politics, he said. The gods have ancient laws about interference in mortal affairs. Hades broke those laws by fathering you, and the consequences could have been severe, for both of you. So a plan was devised to protect you until you were old enough to defend yourself. The Nine-Tails sealing wasn't just to save the village, Tsunade added. It was also a way to mask your divine chakra signature. Without that concealment, other divine entities might have detected your presence years ago. Naruto slumped into a chair, mind reeling. So everything I thought I knew about myself is a lie. I'm not even human. You're as human as any of us, Kakashi said firmly. Just with an additional heritage that's now awakening. And I'm afraid it's awakening faster than we anticipated, Jiraiya said grimly. My network has been tracking increased activity from divine factions in the mortal world. Something big is brewing, kid, and you're at the center of it. Tsunade leaned forward. Naruto, what happened today with Hinata, the way your chakra interacted with hers, was that the first time you've experienced something like that? Yes, Naruto said, then hesitated. Though I've always felt different around her. Like there's something about her eyes that calls to me. Interesting, Jiraiya murmured. The Byakugan has its own divine origins, though much more diluted through the generations. Apollo's bloodline, if the old records are correct. Apollo? Naruto asked. Another god? The god of light, prophecy, and healing, Tsunade explained. My grandfather had some of that bloodline too, which is why the Senju have historically had such strong connections to life force and healing chakra. So Hinata is also part god? Very distantly, Kakashi said. Most Kekii Genkai originated from divine bloodlines, though thousands of years of dilution have obscured those connections. The Uchiha's Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, even my own transplanted eye, all derive from divine gifts given to mortals in ancient times. Naruto thought of how Hinata's Byakugan had glowed golden when their chakra connected. Is that why her eyes changed color when I healed her? The three adults exchanged another significant look. That shouldn't be possible, Tsunade said slowly. Unless the prophecy is more literal than we thought, Jiraiya finished. Not just the awakening of the demigod, but the resonance between divine bloodlines. Kakashi turned to Naruto. This connection with Hinata could be important, Naruto. Divine bloodlines don't interact randomly. There's always purpose to such resonance. A knock at the door interrupted them. Tsunade deactivated the privacy seal with a hand sign, calling, enter. Shizun appeared, looking harried. Lady Tsunade, forgive the interruption, but there's a situation at the hospital. Sasuke Uchiha has returned to the village. Sasuke? Naruto bolted upright. His former teammate and rival had been gone for nearly 3 years, having left to seek power from Orochimaru after their catastrophic fight at the Valley of the End. He's injured, Shizun reported. Severely. He appeared at the gates 20 minutes ago, collapsed, and has been asking for Naruto specifically. Tsunade's expression hardened. This is too coincidental. The same day Naruto's divine heritage manifests, Sasuke Uchiha returns. I don't like it. Coincidental or not, we need to see what he wants, Jiraiya advised. If other divine factions are making moves, Sasuke could be involved. I'm going, Naruto declared, already moving toward the door. Whatever's happening, whatever I am, Sasuke is still my friend. Tsunade sighed. Kakashi, go with him. Jiraiya and I will finish reviewing the intelligence reports and meet you there. The hospital corridor echoed with hurried footsteps as Naruto and Kakashi rushed toward the secure ward where Sasuke was being treated. ANBU guards stood at attention outside a heavily reinforced door. He's restrained for security purposes, one of the masked ninja informed them. Lady Hokage's orders. Let us through, Kakashi commanded. Inside, Sasuke lay on a hospital bed, chakra suppression seals visible on his wrists and neck. His body bore evidence of recent combat, bandages wrapped around his torso and left arm, bruises darkening his face. Despite these injuries, his eyes burned with intensity as Naruto entered. So it's true, Sasuke said, his voice raspy from disuse. I felt it, even hundreds of miles away. You're awakening. Sasuke, Naruto approached cautiously. What happened to you? Why did you come back now? Because things have changed. Sasuke struggled to sit upright, wincing with the effort. Orochimaru is dead. I killed him when he tried to take over my body, but not before I learned the truth about what we are. We. A bitter smile twisted Sasuke's lips. Don't tell me you still don't know, dead last. Even with those eyes of yours awakening. His own eyes flashed, transforming into the familiar three-tomo Sharingan pattern before shifting into something new, a pattern like crashing waves surrounding his pupils. You're like me, Naruto whispered, recognizing the divine energy now visible in Sasuke's chakra. A demigod. Son of Poseidon, Sasuke confirmed. God of the seas, storms, and earthquakes. The power I've been seeking wasn't with Orochimaru after all, it was in my blood all along. Just as yours was. Kakashi stepped forward. How long have you known this, Sasuke? Orochimaru revealed it 6 months ago. He'd been collecting DNA samples from Shinobi with divine heritage for years, trying to infuse himself with godly power. Sasuke's expression darkened. When he discovered what I was, his plans changed. He wanted my body even more. So you killed him, Naruto said. I had no choice. But before he died, he warned me about something bigger coming, an ancient power stirring that threatens both gods and mortals. Sasuke fixed his unusual eyes on Naruto. He said that when the Son of Shadows awakened, I would need to make a choice, stand with my cousin against the coming darkness, or side with the titans who seek to overthrow the divine order. Cousin. Naruto blinked. Wait, Hades and Poseidon are brothers in the legends, so that would make us, cousins, technically speaking, Kakashi confirmed. Though your divine blood is much stronger and more recent than Sasuke's. The Uchiha connection to Poseidon goes back many generations. Which is why I need your help, Sasuke said, desperation leaking into his typically controlled voice. When I killed Orochimaru, I released something he'd been containing, some kind of entity that possessed one of his prisoners. It called itself the Herald of Kronos. Kakashi stiffened visibly. Kronos? You're certain that's the name? I know what I heard, Sasuke snapped. This herald attacked me, saying it could smell my divine blood. Said it would use me as bait to draw out the fresher prize, the new demigod whose power was about to awaken. That would be me, Naruto realized. It was coming for me. I managed to escape, but not before it did something to me. Sasuke pulled down the collar of his hospital gown, revealing an unusual mark on his collarbone, a symbol like an hourglass surrounded by ancient script. It's been spreading slowly. The medical ninja here can't identify it. Kakashi leaned closer, examining the mark with his Sharingan eye. It's a divine tracking seal. Extremely old magic. Whoever this herald is, it's using this to follow Sasuke's movements. Which means I've led it straight to you, Sasuke said grimly. I didn't know what else to do. If what Orochimaru said was true, you're the only one strong enough to fight it. Before Naruto could respond, the hospital lights flickered, then died completely. Emergency seals activated, casting the room in a pale blue glow. Outside, shouts of confusion echoed down the corridor. It's here, Sasuke whispered, the mark on his collarbone pulsing with sickly yellow light. The temperature in the room plummeted. Frost formed on the windows, creeping across the glass in intricate patterns that resembled faces frozen in screams. The shadows in the corners deepened, coalescing into a humanoid shape that stepped forward into the emergency lighting. The figure might once have been human, but now it was something else, skin like polished marble, eyes like swirling vortexes of sand, and a smile that revealed too many teeth, all sharp as needles. It wore the tattered remains of what appeared to be a sound village uniform. The son of Hades, the creature said, its voice like grinding stones. My master will be pleased. The prophecy unfolds exactly as foretold. Naruto stepped protectively in front of Sasuke's bed. Who are you? What do you want with me? I am merely the herald, the voice of the Titan King who stirs in his prison. The creature's gaze moved between Naruto and Sasuke. How fortunate to find both royal cousins together. Two divine bloodlines to harvest instead of one. Kakashi moved with blinding speed, his hand crackling with lightning as he drove his Chidori toward the herald's chest. The creature didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, it caught Kakashi's wrist, the lightning attack disappearing as if absorbed into its marble skin. Mortal techniques cannot harm a divine servant, it hissed, flinging Kakashi across the room like a rag doll. The Jonin crashed into medical equipment, momentarily stunned. The creature turned back to Naruto. Now, son of Hades, you have a choice. Come willingly, and your friends live. Resist, and I will harvest their souls before your eyes. Anger surged through Naruto, the same protective fury he'd felt when Hinata was injured. The shadows around him responded, darkening and thickening like living ink. You're not taking anyone, he growled, feeling the Rinnegan activating as pressure built behind his eyes. The concentric purple rings formed, his vision sharpening dramatically. Especially not my cousin. The herald laughed. Your eyes are impressive, godling, but you have no idea how to use them. My master ruled the universe when your father was still a mewling infant hiding in a cave. Maybe I don't know how to use these eyes yet, Naruto acknowledged, the shadows around his feet spreading outward. But I know how to use this. He slammed his palm against the floor, channeling chakra and that deeper, darker power that had responded to his command in the forest. The hospital floor cracked, and from the fissure rose three figures, Shinobi who had died in this very hospital, their spirits answering his call. Protect, Naruto commanded, and the spirits moved to surround Sasuke's bed. The herald's confident smile faltered. Necromancy already? Perhaps you are more developed than we realized. Behind the creature, the hospital room door burst open as two ANBU rushed in, swords drawn. The herald moved with inhuman speed, its arms extending like liquid marble to impale both ninja before they could react. Witness the power of a Titan servant, it gloated as the ANBU collapsed, their life force visibly draining into the herald's body. Each death makes me stronger in this realm. Naruto felt the ANBU's spirits before he saw them, their confusion as they died, then awareness as they found themselves still present, tethered to something. To him. Help us fight, he told them, and the newly dead ANBU rose again, their spiritual forms picking up the swords they had dropped in death. The herald snarled, its marble face cracking slightly to reveal molten gold beneath. You think the recently dead can challenge me? I have devoured thousands of souls. The creature lunged forward, but Sasuke had used the distraction to free himself from his restraints. Despite his injuries, he moved to Naruto's side, his wave-patterned Sharingan blazing. Together, cousin, Sasuke said, drawing a small amount of water from a nearby pitcher into a swirling sphere between his palms. Divine blood against divine servant. Naruto nodded, feeling something click into place as their chakras resonated, not the same harmony he'd experienced with Hinata, but a powerful synchronization nonetheless. The water in Sasuke's hands darkened as Naruto's shadow energy infused it. Divine art, shadow tempest, they shouted in unison, the technique forming spontaneously between them. The water exploded forward, becoming a spiraling drill of shadow-infused liquid that struck the herald with such force that it was driven back through the wall. The creature shrieked, its marble skin cracking further as the combined attack ate away at its form. This isn't over, it hissed, body beginning to dissolve into golden dust. The Titan King knows you're sent now, son of Hades. The prophecy cannot be avoided. What prophecy? Naruto demanded. What does Kronos want with me? The creature's face split in a terrible grin as it continued to dissolve. Your eyes, godling. The Rinnegan is the key to his prison. With it, he will remake the world in shadow and flame. With those final words, the herald collapsed entirely into dust that swirled once around the room before disappearing through the broken window. In the sudden silence, Naruto became aware of the chaos throughout the hospital, alarms blaring, medical ninja rushing to respond, the spirits of the newly dead drifting in confusion. Did we kill it? He asked, the Rinnegan fading as exhaustion hit him. No, Sasuke said grimly, clutching his side where the exertion had reopened a wound. We just send it back to wherever it came from. It will return, stronger next time. Kakashi pulled himself from the wreckage of medical equipment, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. We need to get both of you somewhere secure, immediately. If that thing could track Sasuke here, others might follow. Others? Naruto looked between them. You mean there are more of these heralds? If Kronos is truly stirring, as the creature claimed, then the Titans will have many servants, Kakashi explained. And they won't be the only ones interested in you now, Naruto. The Olympian Council will have felt the awakening of your Rinnegan. They'll send their own representatives soon. My father's people, Naruto said, the concept still feeling foreign. Not necessarily allies, Sasuke warned. The gods fear power they don't control. Especially power like yours. Sasuke's right, Kakashi agreed. The politics of gods are even more complex and dangerous than those of shinobi villages. And you, Naruto, have just become the most valuable piece on their chessboard. Before they could say more, Jiraiya burst into the room through the hole in the wall, followed closely by Tsunade. Both surveyed the destruction with grim expressions. We felt the divine energy spike from across the village, Jiraiya said. What happened? Kakashi quickly explained about the herald and its message about Kronos. Tsunade's face paled. This is worse than we anticipated, she said. If the Titans are involved, we need to contact Olympus immediately. No, Jiraiya countered. Not yet. If we alert Olympus, they'll demand we hand Naruto over to their protection, which really means their control. We need time to prepare him first. Prepare me for what exactly? Naruto demanded, frustration finally boiling over. In the span of a single day, I've discovered I'm half god, developed some legendary eye power, commanded an army of dead ninja, and been targeted by some ancient Titan king. Would someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Jiraiya placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. The simplest explanation, kid, is that you're caught in a divine power struggle that's been brewing for millennia. The Titans, the gods who ruled before the Olympians, want to reclaim their power. And for some reason, they believe your Rinnegan is key to freeing their leader, Kronos. Why my eyes specifically? Naruto asked. What's so special about the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan represents the ultimate divine gift to mortals, the power to control life, death, and the fundamental forces of creation, Tsunade explained. Legend says it first appeared in the Sage of Six Paths, who was himself rumored to have divine blood. In your case, Kakashi added, the Rinnegan seems to have manifested differently, specifically attuned to your father's domain of death and shadows. Sasuke, who had returned to sitting on the edge of his hospital bed, spoke up. Orochimaru believed the Rinnegan could open pathways between realms, including the divine prisons where the titans are bound. Which is why we need to get you trained quickly, Jiraiya said to Naruto. Before Kronos' servants return, or Olympus comes looking for you. Trained how? Naruto asked. Who can teach me to use divine powers? The adults exchanged another of those meaningful glances that Naruto was beginning to hate. There's only one option, Tsunade said reluctantly. He needs to meet his father. Hades doesn't exactly take visitors, Kakashi pointed out. The underworld is notoriously difficult to enter while still alive. Not for his son, Jiraiya countered. Especially not a son with the Rinnegan, which includes dominion over the paths between life and death. Naruto's head spun with the implications. You want me to go to the underworld? To meet a father who abandoned me my entire life? Not abandoned, Tsunade corrected gently. Protected. And yes, that's exactly what we're suggesting. Only Hades can teach you to properly control your awakening powers before they either consume you or attract even more dangerous attention. A medical ninja appeared at the doorway, bowing quickly to Tsunade. Lady Hokage, forgive the interruption, but Hinata Hyuga is asking for Naruto Uzumaki. She seems distressed. What's wrong with her? Naruto demanded, instantly alert. Nothing physically, the medic explained. But she claims to be seeing spirits throughout the hospital. No one else can verify these sightings. Naruto and Jiraiya locked eyes in mutual realization. The resonance between their bloodlines, Jiraiya murmured. It's affecting her perception. I need to see her, Naruto said firmly. Tsunade nodded. Go. We'll continue this discussion when you return. And Naruto? Her expression softened slightly. Be careful what you tell her. This knowledge is dangerous. The hospital wing where Hinata was recovering had been mercifully spared from the chaos of the Herald's attack. Naruto found her sitting upright in her bed, Byakugan activated, tracking movements that no one else in the room could see. Naruto. She called as soon as he entered, relief evident in her voice. You can see them too, can't you? The spirits? He approached her bed, acutely aware that the medical staff were watching their interaction with concern. Let's talk privately, he suggested, gently guiding the attending nurse toward the door. Could you give us a few minutes? Once they were alone, Naruto sat on the edge of Hinata's bed. Yes, I can see them. It's complicated. They're everywhere, she whispered, her Byakugan still active. So many lost souls wandering the hospital. Some don't even seem to realize they're dead. She turned her pearlescent eyes to him, now rimmed with that strange golden glow. What's happening to me, Naruto? And to you? Your chakra looks completely different now. Naruto hesitated, torn between Tsunade's warning and his instinctive trust in Hinata. Something awakened in me today, he finally said. Something to do with my heritage. And somehow, it's affecting you too, because of your Byakugan. Our chakra connected when you healed me, Hinata recalled. It felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. Like something that was always meant to happen. The description resonated deeply with Naruto. I felt it too. Like puzzle pieces fitting together. Hinata deactivated her Byakugan, the golden glow fading as her eyes returned to their normal lavender white. The spirits are harder to see without it active, but I can still sense them. Especially the ones drawn to you. Drawn to me? She nodded. There are several following you specifically. They seem protective. Including that silver-haired man by the window. Naruto whirled to see Kakashi, or rather, the spirit he'd seen earlier that looked like Kakashi, standing silently by the window. But that was impossible. The real Kakashi had been with them during the Herald's attack, had been injured. Who are you? Naruto demanded of the spirit. You're not Kakashi. The spirit's form wavered slightly, resolving into someone who still resembled Kakashi but was clearly older, with subtle differences in facial structure visible even through the mask. My name is Tsukumo Hatake, the spirit said. Kakashi's father. I've been watching over you since your birth, Naruto, by your father's command. My father sent you? Naruto's voice caught. Hades? Tsukumo nodded. Lord Hades cannot directly interfere in the mortal realm without drawing dangerous attention. So he appointed certain trusted souls as your guardians. I am one of several. Why reveal yourself now? Because the barriers between realms are thinning as your powers awaken. And because time grows short. Tsukumo's expression turned grim. The Herald's appearance confirms our worst fears. The Titans are moving earlier than predicted. Hinata had been listening with wide eyes. Titans? Hades? Naruto, what's going on? Naruto took her hand, making a decision. I trust you, Hinata. Completely. So I'm going to tell you everything I've learned today, even though it might put you in danger. And he did, explaining about his divine parentage, the Rinnegan's awakening, Sasuke's return, and the Herald's ominous warnings. As he spoke, Hinata's expression shifted from shock to understanding to determination. So that's why our chakras resonated, she said when he finished. Apollo's bloodline and Hades' son, light and shadow in balance. You don't seem very surprised about the whole gods are real thing, Naruto observed. A small smile touched her lips. The Hyuga have ancient legends about our founder receiving the Byakugan from a divine being who came from the rising sun. We thought they were just stories, but they weren't, Tsukumo confirmed. Apollo gifted the first Hyuga with the Byakugan centuries ago, though the bloodline has thinned through generations. Still, in some rare individuals, the divine connection remains stronger. Like Hinata, Naruto realized. Precisely why your energies resonated so powerfully, Tsukumo said. Divine bloodlines recognize each other, especially complementary ones. Light and shadow. Life and death. Hinata's grip on Naruto's hand tightened. What happens now? If these titans are coming for you, what can we do? According to the others, I need to visit the underworld to meet my father, Naruto said. To learn to control these powers before they either consume me or attract more enemies. Then I'm coming with you, Hinata declared with uncharacteristic firmness. That's too dangerous, the resonance between your powers has already begun, Tsukumo interrupted. Separating you now might be more dangerous than keeping you together. Besides, the journey to the underworld requires passing through various realms. Having someone with the Byakugan's sight could prove invaluable. Naruto looked at Hinata with concern. This isn't your battle. I can't ask you to risk yourself. Her lavender eyes met his with unwavering determination. You're not asking. I'm offering. Whatever this connection is between us, it happened for a reason. She placed a hand over the now healed wound in her side. You saved my life today, Naruto. Let me help save yours. Before he could respond, the hospital room door flew open. Sasuke stood there, supporting himself against the doorframe, his expression urgent. We have a problem, he announced. I just overheard Tsunade and Jiraiya. Olympus has already sent an envoy, they'll be here by morning. That's too soon, Tsukumo said, alarm evident in his voice. You're not ready to face them yet, Naruto. Once they identify you officially as Hades' son, they'll either try to use you or neutralize you. Then we leave tonight, Naruto decided, standing. Find the entrance to the underworld and meet my father before Olympus can interfere. You know where this entrance is? Hinata asked. Tsukumo nodded. There are several throughout the world, but the closest lies at the base of the Mountain of Graves, 3 days' journey from Konoha. 3 days is too long, Sasuke said. The Olympian envoy will track us before we get halfway there. Naruto thought for a moment, then turned to Tsukumo. You said the barriers between realms are thinning because of my awakening powers. Does that mean I could potentially create a doorway? The spirit looked startled. In theory, yes. The Rinnegan grants dominion over the paths between realms. But such abilities typically require training and precision. Without proper control, you might open a door to somewhere far more dangerous than the underworld. We don't have time for proper control, Naruto argued. And I won't risk Konoha by staying here and attracting more divine attention. He turned to Sasuke. Are you coming with us? Sasuke's lips curved in a rare smile. Someone needs to keep you from getting yourself killed, dead last. Besides, I have questions for the gods too. Then it's decided, Naruto said, turning to Hinata. Can you travel? She was already swinging her legs over the side of the bed. I've recovered enough. The poison is completely gone thanks to you. Tsukumo looked between the three of them with concern. This is reckless, but perhaps our only option. If you're determined to try, I can guide you to a location where the veil between worlds is already thin. It will improve your chances of creating a stable passage. Let's go then, Naruto said, feeling a strange calm descend over him despite the situation's gravity. For the first time in his life, he was taking action to discover his true heritage, not just the legacy of the nine tails sealed within him, but the divine blood that had shaped his destiny from birth. It's time I met my father. As they prepared to leave, the spirits of the hospital's dead parted before him like subjects before a prince. Naruto felt their recognition, their instinctive acknowledgement of his authority over death. Son of Hades. Commander of Shadows. Wielder of the Rinnegan. He was no longer just Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. He was something more, something ancient and powerful stirring to life after 17 years of slumber. And as the purple rings of the Rinnegan formed once more in his eyes, Naruto embraced this new identity with the same determination he'd brought to every challenge in his life. The shadows bent to his will, wrapping around him like a cloak as he led his small group into the gathering darkness, toward destiny, toward danger, and toward the divine father he'd never known. Chapter 2, Army of Fallen Legends. The ancient forest that bordered Konoha's eastern perimeter thrummed with unnatural life as midnight approached. Trees that had stood for centuries seemed to lean away from the four figures moving silently through their shadows, 3 living, 1 dead. We're close, Tsukumo Hataki's spirit murmured, his translucent form gliding between massive trunks. The veil thins just ahead, at the heart of these woods. Naruto felt it before he saw it, a strange pressure in the air, like the moment before lightning strikes. The shadows around him responded to his heightened senses, writhing and stretching as if eager to show him something hidden in the darkness. There are spirits everywhere, Hinata whispered, her Byakugan active, golden light rimming her lavender eyes. Hundreds of them, circling that clearing ahead. Sasuke grunted, one hand pressed against the mark on his collarbone. Something's pulling at my blood. Like the tide. They emerged into a perfect circle where no trees grew. At its center stood a single stone, a rough-hewn monolith covered in symbols so ancient they had nearly been worn away by time. The moonlight revealed hints of old bloodstains darkening its base. A sacrificial stone, Tsukumo explained. From before the founding of the Shinobi villages, when people still openly worshipped the old gods. This was a place to honor the Lord of the Dead. My father, Naruto said, the words still strange on his tongue. He approached the stone, feeling the Rinnegan activate unbidden, his vision splitting to reveal layers of reality. The clearing was crowded with spirits, some recent, some so ancient they barely retained human form. Tsukumo nodded. They're drawn to you, to your blood and your eyes. They sense a doorway might open. Can I really do this? Naruto asked, suddenly unsure. Create a passage to the underworld. The Rinnegan grants dominion over the paths between realms, Tsukumo reminded him. But it requires focused intent. You must visualize the doorway, then will it into existence. Naruto placed his hand on the cold stone, feeling centuries of death seeping from its surface. And if I fail? Then we find another way, Hinata said firmly, stepping to his side. Together. She placed her hand over his on the stone, and immediately the golden glow around her eyes intensified. I can see something beneath the surface, channels, like chakra pathways in the earth itself. Ley lines, Sasuke said, joining them. Pathways of divine energy. Orochimaru had maps of them. He activated his wave-patterned Sharingan. They converge here, beneath this stone. Naruto felt the resonance between them, three divine bloodlines connecting, however distant. Both of you, lend me your chakra. They formed a triangle around the stone, hands linked. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the Rinnegan's power flowing through him. He visualized a door, not of wood or metal, but of shadow and bone, leading downward into endless darkness. I call upon the power of Hades, Lord of the Underworld, he intoned, the words coming naturally though he'd never spoken them before. By blood and by right, I command the way to open before me. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The spirits circling the clearing grew agitated, their forms flickering like candle flames in wind. The stone began to sink, revealing a spiraling staircase of black marble that descended into darkness. It worked, Hinata breathed. Don't celebrate yet, Sasuke warned, eyeing the passage with suspicion. Creating the door was the easy part. What waits below is the real challenge. Tsukumo's spirit drifted to the staircase's edge. I cannot guide you further. The rules that bind souls to their appointed realms grow stronger beyond this threshold. Even as Lord Hades' appointed guardian, I am bound by certain laws. You're not coming with us? Naruto asked, dismayed. Tsukumo shook his head. My time in the mortal realm ends here. But know this, Naruto, your father has watched over you in the only ways he could. The answers you seek wait below. Trust your blood and your eyes. The spirit bowed deeply. It has been my honor to serve the son of my lord. With those words, Tsukumo's form dissolved into motes of silver light that scattered on the night breeze. Well, Naruto said after a moment of silence, I guess we're on our own. Not entirely, Hinata replied softly. Your father waits below. Assuming he wants to be found, Sasuke muttered. Naruto took a deep breath and stepped onto the first stair. Only one way to find out. The staircase descended in a tight spiral, each step taking them deeper into the earth. The air grew colder, yet strangely dry, with a metallic taste that coated their tongues. After what felt like hours, the stairs finally opened into a vast cavern illuminated by strange blue flames that burned in suspended braziers. A wide river of dark water blocked their path, its surface unnaturally still. On the opposite shore, a massive gate of twisted black metal rose from the stone, flanked by towering statues of hooded figures wielding scythes. The river Styx, Sasuke identified. Boundary of the underworld proper. A small wooden boat drifted toward them across the river, seemingly of its own accord. When it reached the shore, they could see it was piloted by a figure in tattered robes, face hidden beneath a deep hood. Passage requires payment, the figure rasped, extending a skeletal hand. Naruto stepped forward. I am the son of Hades. These are my companions. We seek audience with the Lord of the Underworld. The hood tilted, revealing glimpses of a skull-like face with pinpricks of fiery light in its eye sockets. Many claim divine blood to avoid payment, godling. Show proof of your heritage. Naruto activated his Rinnegan, the concentric purple rings forming in his eyes. The ferryman recoiled. The divine eyes, it hissed. Unexpected. Lord Hades mentioned no son with the Rinnegan. Yet here I stand, Naruto replied, confidence surging. Will you deny me passage to my father's realm? The ferryman seemed to consider this before inclining its head. You may board. But your companions must still pay the toll. What toll? Hinata asked. A memory, the ferryman answered. Something precious. It will be returned upon your departure, should you leave. Sasuke stepped forward without hesitation. Take one of mine. The ferryman's bony fingers pressed against Sasuke's forehead. After a moment, Sasuke gasped, staggering backward. What did you take? He demanded. The face of your mother, the ferryman answered dispassionately. A precious thing indeed. Hinata approached next, determination hardening her features. I'll pay as well. Again, the skeletal hand reached out. When it withdrew, Hinata's eyes widened in confusion. I can't remember my first victory with the gentle fist, she realized. The day my father finally acknowledged my strength. Memories of validation, always valuable currency, the ferryman commented, gesturing toward the boat. Now board. The Lord of the Dead has waited long enough. The boat was larger than it appeared, accommodating all 3 passengers with space to spare. As they drifted across the Styx, Naruto noticed shapes moving beneath the dark water, faces pressed against an invisible barrier, mouths open in silent screams. Lost souls, the ferryman explained, noting his gaze. Those who could not pay the toll, or who died with no one to honor their passing. They are doomed to drift in the Styx until they dissolve into nothing. Naruto leaned closer to the water. With his Rinnegan, he could see the chakra network still intact within these souls, faint but present. They still have energy, he observed. They're not gone completely. Perceptive, the ferryman acknowledged. Indeed, nothing is ever truly destroyed in death, merely transformed. That is the first lesson of your father's realm. The opposite shore came into view, the massive gates standing closed before them. 2 enormous hounds with 3 heads each stood guard, their eyes following the boat's approach with predatory interest. Cerberus's pups, the ferryman said. Usually, they would tear intruders apart. But they will smell the blood of their master in you. Sure enough, as they disembarked, the massive hounds approached Naruto with surprising deference, their central heads lowering to sniff at him while the others remained vigilant. After a moment, they both sat, allowing the trio to approach the gates. How do we open them? Hinata asked, eyeing the towering black metal structures that seemed to have no visible handle or lock. Naruto stepped forward, guided by instinct. By my blood right as son of Hades, he declared, placing his palm against the cold metal, I command these gates to open. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep rumbling echoed through the cavern as the gates slowly parted, revealing a landscape both beautiful and terrible beyond. Rolling fields of asphodel flowers stretched to the horizon under a sky of perpetual twilight. Distant mountains of obsidian glittered like shards of midnight. And at the center of it all stood a palace of black marble and bone, towers spiraling upward like the teeth of some enormous beast. Welcome to the Underworld, a voice said behind them. They turned to find a tall man standing where the ferryman had been. He wore simple black robes trimmed with silver, his long dark hair framing a face that was hauntingly familiar, Naruto's own features, but older, sharper, with eyes like wells of endless night. Father, Naruto whispered. Hades inclined his head. My son. I had not expected to meet you so soon, or in such company. His gaze shifted to Sasuke and Hinata, assessing. A son of Poseidon, however diluted the bloodline, and a daughter of Apollo. Interesting choices for companions. They're my friends, Naruto said firmly. They helped me find you. Did they? Hades arched an eyebrow. Or did they simply follow the beacon of your awakening power? He gestured toward the palace. Come. It is not wise to linger at the gates. The recently dead are often confused and drawn to the living. As if summoned by his words, transparent figures began to emerge from the asphodel fields, drifting toward them with increasing purpose. Naruto recognized the hungry look in their eyes, the desperate longing for life. "Don't look at them directly," Hades advised as they walked. "Your divine blood makes you particularly attractive to the dead. Like a fire to moths." They followed the god along a path of smooth black stone that wound through the fields. As they walked, Naruto studied his father surreptitiously, searching for similarities beyond the obvious facial resemblance. There was something in the way Hades moved, a fluid grace that spoke of contained power, like shadows flowing over stone. "You have questions," Hades said without turning. "Ask them. Why did you abandon me?" The words burst from Naruto before he could moderate them. Hades stopped, turning to face him fully. For a moment, the god's form seemed to shift, growing taller, darker, his robes becoming smoke and shadow. Then he was simply a man again, with Naruto's face and ancient eyes. "I did not abandon you," he said quietly. "I protected you the only way I could, through absence." "That doesn't make sense," Naruto argued. "A father should be there for his son." "A mortal father, perhaps." Hades resumed walking. "Divine parentage carries different burdens. Had I acknowledged you openly, you would not have survived your first year. My brothers would have seen you as a threat, a bargaining chip at best, a target for elimination at worst." "Your brothers? Zeus and Poseidon?" Sasuke asked, joining the conversation. Hades glanced at him. "Indeed. The politics of gods are ancient and unforgiving, young Uchiha. Particularly when it comes to children born of forbidden unions." "Forbidden?" Naruto repeated. "After the Second Titan War, we three brothers swore an oath to father no more demigod children," Hades explained. "They had proven too powerful, too destabilizing to the mortal realm. Zeus and Poseidon broke this oath repeatedly over the centuries, but I honored it, until I met your mother." They had reached the palace gates now, smaller than the boundary gates but no less imposing, carved with scenes of judgment and afterlife. "Kushina Uzumaki," Naruto said softly. "What was she to you?" For the first time, something like genuine emotion crossed Hades' face, a softening around the eyes, a brief smile that transformed his severe features. "Everything," he said simply. "A mortal woman with the courage to love death himself. Her chakra burned brighter than any soul I had ever encountered, like fire given human form." He pushed open the palace gates. "Come. There is someone who has waited a long time to see you again." The interior of the palace defied expectations. Instead of the gloom Naruto had anticipated, the halls were well lit by the same blue flames they had seen earlier. The architecture was elegant rather than oppressive, with high ceilings supported by columns of black marble veined with silver. Hades led them to a garden courtyard at the palace's center, where pomegranate trees heavy with fruit surrounded a small pavilion. A woman sat there, her back to them, long red hair cascading down her back like living flame. "Kushina," Hades called softly. "Our son has come." She turned, and Naruto felt his heart stop. He had seen pictures of his mother, of course, precious few, preserved by those who had known her. But nothing had prepared him for the reality of her presence, for the warmth of her smile or the fierce love that blazed in her violet eyes. "Naruto," she whispered, rising. "My beautiful boy." He crossed the distance between them in an instant, enveloping her in an embrace that felt simultaneously strange and like coming home. She was solid in his arms, not the translucent spirit he had expected. "How?" he managed, pulling back to look at her. "You're not like other souls, no," Kushina finished, cupping his face in her hands. "As the beloved of the Lord of the Dead, I exist here as I was in life. A privilege few receive." Her gaze traveled over him hungrily. "Look how you've grown. So like your father, but with my spirit, I think." "You knew," Naruto said. "All this time, you knew what I would become." Kushina nodded. "We both did. The prophecy was clear: on your 17th birthday, your divine heritage would awaken fully. Her expression grew troubled. Though it seems events are moving faster than we anticipated. Hades had joined them in the pavilion, with Hinata and Sasuke hanging back respectfully to give them privacy. Kronos' servants have already made contact, he confirmed. The herald found him. Then we have even less time than we feared, Kushina said. She turned to Naruto. You need to understand what you are, my son, and quickly. The Rinnegan's awakening has set forces in motion that cannot be stopped, only confronted. The Rinnegan, Naruto repeated. What exactly is it? Why does it manifest differently in me than in legends? Because you are unique, Hades answered. The Sage of Six Paths possessed the Rinnegan as a gift from divine blood, yes, but his connection was distant, diluted through generations. You are a direct son of one of the elder gods, with your mother's exceptional chakra as catalyst. Your Rinnegan is not merely a dojutsu, it is a manifestation of your divine nature itself. It allows you to perceive and manipulate the boundaries between realms, Kushina added. Between life and death, creation and destruction. In the old prophecies, it was called the eyes that bridge worlds. Which is why Kronos wants them, Sasuke interjected, stepping forward. To break free of his prison. Hades regarded the young Uchiha with cool assessment. Perceptive, son of Poseidon. Yes, Kronos believes the Rinnegan can shatter the divine seals that have imprisoned him in Tartarus for millennia. And can it? Hinata asked quietly. Theoretically, yes, Hades acknowledged. Which is precisely why my brothers will see Naruto as a threat once they discover his existence. They will either demand he be brought to Olympus for containment or seek his elimination to preserve the status quo. Great, Naruto muttered. So I'm caught between titans who want to use me and gods who want to control or kill me. Some heritage. Kushina touched his arm gently. There is another path, my son. One we prepared for you since your birth. What path? Hades and Kushina exchanged a look laden with meaning. It was his father who answered. To master your powers so completely that neither side can force your hand. To build your own faction strong enough to stand independent of Olympus or the Titans. The god's dark eyes gleamed. To become what you were always meant to be, a bridge between realms and peoples, unbound by the ancient hatreds that divide gods from each other and from mortals. That's a pretty tall order, Naruto said skeptically. I only discovered what I am yesterday. How am I supposed to master powers I barely understand, let alone build some independent faction? You begin with what you already command, Hades replied. The dead. With a gesture, the god transformed the garden around them. The peaceful courtyard vanished, replaced by a vast plain where thousands of transparent figures stood in perfect formation, an army of spirits stretching to the horizon. The Legion of the Worthy Dead, Hades explained. Souls who distinguished themselves in life through valor, wisdom, or sacrifice. They await a commander worthy of their loyalty. Naruto stared at the assembled spirits in awe. Among their ranks, he recognized legendary figures from Shinobi history, the faces of Hokages carved into Konoha's mountain, founders of clans, heroes of forgotten wars. You want me to command them? He asked. But I'm not. I don't know how to lead an army. You already began to, Kushina reminded him gently. In the forest, when Hinata was injured. You called the dead to protect what you loved, the purest expression of command. An army alone is not enough, Sasuke pointed out. The gods and titans command forces just as vast. Indeed, Hades agreed. Which is why Naruto must also master the 6 paths of the Rinnegan. Each path represents mastery over a fundamental force, gravitation, mechanization, restoration, absorption, spiritualization, and outer creation. 6 paths. Naruto shook his head. I've only experienced one so far, the connection to death. That would be the Naraka path, spiritualization, the dominion over souls, Hades explained. The most natural for my son to access first. The others will require deliberate training. How long will that take? Hinata asked. If the Olympians are already sending envoys to Konoha. Time flows differently in divine realms, Kushina assured her. What feels like weeks here may be only days in the mortal world. Even so, Hades cautioned, full mastery would normally require years of training. We do not have years. We have perhaps a month before events force your hand, my son. Naruto squared his shoulders. Then we'd better get started. He turned to his friends. You don't have to stay. This isn't your fight. Sasuke scoffed. Of course it's my fight. The Titans threatened me too, remember? Besides, someone needs to keep your ego in check when you start thinking you're a god. I'm staying as well, Hinata said firmly. Our chakras are linked now. Whatever this journey brings, we face it together. Warmth spread through Naruto at their loyalty. He turned back to his parents. All right. Teach me everything. Hades nodded, something like approval flickering across his face. We begin now. But first, there is the matter of your birthright to address. He extended his hand, and shadows coalesced in his palm, forming a simple band of black metal. The crown of Erebus, forged from the essence of primordial darkness. It will help you channel your powers until your control improves. The band hovered before Naruto, who hesitated before taking it. What does it do exactly? It attunes you more fully to the realm of the dead, Kushina explained. Making it easier to command spirits and draw upon underworld energies without exhausting yourself. Naruto slipped the band around his head, where it adjusted to fit comfortably across his forehead. Immediately, he felt a shift in his perception, the spirits around him coming into sharper focus, their individual energies distinct now rather than a collective blur. I can sense them, he murmured. Each one separately. Their strengths, their specialties. The crown reveals the nature of souls to its wearer, Hades confirmed. A necessary tool for any commander of the dead. Kushina stepped forward, placing something else in Naruto's hand, a three-pronged kunai similar to those his father Minato had famously used, but crafted from a strange black metal that seemed to absorb light. Stygian iron, she said. Deadly to both living and dead. It can sever the connection between body and soul, or disperse a spirit temporarily. Another tool you'll need in the days ahead. Naruto accepted both gifts solemnly. Thank you. Now, Hades said, his form shifting subtly as he adopted a more formal bearing, it is time for your true training to begin. 3 tasks lie before you, my son. Master them, and you will be ready to face what comes. What tasks? First, you must learn to command your legion, not just in battle, but in the delicate art of intelligence gathering. The dead see much that the living miss. Second, Kushina continued, you must master at least 4 of the 6 paths of the Rinnegan. Complete mastery may take years, but functional command of these powers is essential. And third? Naruto prompted. Hades' expression grew grim. You must prepare for betrayal. Not all who seem allies will remain so when divine politics come into play. Are you saying one of my friends will betray me? Naruto asked, glancing at Sasuke and Hinata. I am saying that divine blood calls to divine blood, but each pantheon has its own agenda, Hades replied cryptically. Even the most loyal heart can be swayed by the voice of its divine progenitor. Before Naruto could press further, the earth beneath them trembled. A fissure appeared in the courtyard's stone floor, and from it rose a spirit unlike any they had seen so far, a towering figure in ancient armor, its translucent form crackling with residual chakra so powerful it manifested as visible blue flame. Lord Hades, the spirit intoned, kneeling. Forgive the interruption, but there has been a breach in the outer defenses. Agents of Olympus have entered the middle realm, seeking the son of shadows. Hades' expression darkened. So soon. Zeus moves faster than anticipated. He turned to Naruto. Your training must begin immediately. We have less time than I feared. What about Konoha? Naruto asked, suddenly concerned for the village he'd left behind. If these Olympian agents track me back there, I will send scouts to monitor the situation, Hades assured him. For now, focus on the task before you. Madara, he addressed the kneeling spirit, assemble the Shinobi division of the Legion. It is time they met their new commander. Naruto's eyes widened. Madara? As in Madara Uchiha? The spirit rose, and indeed, beneath the ancient helmet was the unmistakable face of the legendary co-founder of Konoha, his eyes bearing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan even in death. The very same, Madara confirmed, studying Naruto with interest. So you are Hades' son. You have your mother's determination in your eyes, beneath the Rinnegan. You knew my mother? Naruto asked, surprised. I have been in Lord Hades' service since my death, Madara explained. I observed your mother during her time in the Underworld. A remarkable woman. Her fire burns in you. His gaze shifted to Sasuke. And another Uchiha? The blood thins, but I can still sense Poseidon's gift in you, boy. Sasuke stared at his infamous ancestor with undisguised shock. You serve Hades willingly? I thought you'd be in some special hell for everything you did. Madara laughed, a sound like distant thunder. Death strips away mortal concerns, young one. Allegiance to the Lord of the Dead offers perspective. Besides, his spectral eyes gleamed, commanding armies is what I do best. Even armies of the fallen. Madara serves as my general, Hades explained. The greatest tactical mind among the shinobi dead. He will oversee your training in command. And who will teach me to use the Rinnegan? Naruto asked. I will, said another voice as a second spirit rose from the fissure, this one bearing the unmistakable ringed eyes of the Rinnegan. After all, who better to teach the paths than one who walked them all? The sage of 6 paths, Hinata whispered in awe. The ancient figure inclined his head. I have had many names across the ages. That one serves as well as any. He studied Naruto intently. Your Rinnegan manifests differently than mine did, attuned to your father's domain rather than to creation broadly. Interesting. This will require adapting the traditional teachings. Naruto felt overwhelmed. In the space of 2 days, he had discovered his divine parentage, awakened legendary eyes, and now stood before historical figures he'd only read about in scrolls. I don't know if I can do this, he admitted quietly to Hinata. Live up to all of this. She took his hand, her touch grounding him. You won't do it alone. The golden glow had returned to the edges of her Byakugan, responding to the divine energies saturating the underworld. Remember what connected us in the first place, your determination to protect. Let that guide you now. Hades observed their interaction with interest. The daughter of Apollo speaks wisdom. Power without purpose becomes mere destruction. Find your purpose, my son, and the path will clear before you. My purpose is protecting those I care about, Naruto said firmly. Starting with my friends and my village. Then let that be your anchor as we begin, the sage said. For the trials ahead will test not just your power, but your heart as well. With those words, the garden vanished entirely, replaced by a stark training ground of obsidian and bone. The Legion of the Dead assembled in silent ranks around its perimeter, thousands of hollow eyes fixed on their new commander. Naruto's training had begun. Days blurred together in the underworld as Naruto threw himself into mastering his newfound powers. Mornings were spent with the sage, painstakingly unlocking each path of the Rinnegan. Afternoons belonged to Madara, who drilled him relentlessly in tactics and command of spiritual forces. Evenings brought precious time with his mother, who taught him the history and politics of the divine realms while Hades observed his progress from afar, intervening only when absolutely necessary. Throughout it all, Sasuke and Hinata remained by his side, each pursuing their own training. Sasuke worked with a contingent of Uchiha ancestors, refining his connection to Poseidon's domain through specialized water techniques that complemented his Sharingan. Hinata, meanwhile, discovered that the Underworld's unique energies enhanced her Byakugan's perception, allowing her to see connections between souls that even Naruto missed. On what Naruto estimated was their 5th day of training, he stood at the edge of a massive chasm in the fields of punishment, preparing to attempt the Deva path, control over gravitational forces. The sage watched from nearby, his spectral form hovering serenely. Remember, the ancient master instructed, the Deva path is not about strength, but balance. You must become the center of gravity itself, the point around which all things orbit. Naruto nodded, focusing his Rinnegan on a massive boulder across the chasm. He extended his hand, willing the stone to move toward him. It trembled slightly but remained in place. "You're still thinking like a shinobi," the sage observed. "Using chakra to manipulate an object. The Rinnegan transcends such limitations. Don't push or pull the stone, simply decide where it belongs, and reality will reshape accordingly." Naruto tried again, shifting his perspective. Instead of seeing the boulder as separate from himself, he visualized the space between them as a single system with himself at its center. "Bansho Tenin," he murmured, and the boulder shot toward him with such speed he barely had time to dodge as it crashed into the ground where he had stood. "Better," the sage said, unfazed by the near miss. "Though your control needs refinement." "That's putting it mildly," Naruto muttered, dusting himself off. "At this rate, I'm more likely to crush myself than master these powers in time." "Time is indeed short," the sage acknowledged. "But you progress faster than any student I've had. Already you command the Naraka path with intuitive ease, and your grasp of the Preta path's absorption techniques is promising." "For more to go," Naruto said, eyeing the destroyed boulder. "And I still haven't figured out how to create those black receiver rods you mentioned, the ones that channel Rinnegan energy." "The Azura path will come next," the sage assured him. "Once you understand how to externalize your divine energy as physical matter." Their training session was interrupted by the arrival of Sasuke, who appeared at the chasm's edge with unusual urgency in his typically composed demeanor. "Naruto," he called. "Your father has requested our presence immediately. Something's happening in Konoha." Naruto's heart dropped. "Is the village under attack?" "Not yet," Sasuke replied grimly. "But apparently the situation is escalating quickly." They hurried through the twisting paths of the underworld to Hades' throne room, a cavernous chamber of black marble where the god held formal court. Today, however, they found it converted into a war room of sorts. A spectral map of Konoha hovered in the center, with tiny figures moving across its surface in real time. Hades stood examining the map, his expression darkened by concern. Kushina and Hinata were already present, along with Madara and several other legendary shinobi whose spirits had been assigned to Naruto's legion. "What's happening?" Naruto demanded as he entered. Hades gestured to the map. "Olympus has sent more than a mere envoy. They've dispatched a divine retrieval squad, specialists in capturing or eliminating demigods who pose potential threats." Naruto studied the map, noting several points of golden light moving methodically through Konoha streets. "Those lights are gods. Lesser gods and divine servants," Hades clarified. "Led by Artemis, goddess of the hunt. My niece is efficient in such matters." "They're searching for you," Kushina added. "And growing increasingly frustrated by your absence. Lady Tsunade is stalling them diplomatically," Hinata explained, having already been briefed. "But they're becoming more aggressive. They've started interrogating your friends, placing divine compulsions on them to reveal your whereabouts." "What exactly do they want with me?" Naruto asked his father. Hades' expression remained carefully neutral. "Officially, they seek to escort you to Olympus for formal recognition as a divine scion. In reality, Zeus wants you under his control, or eliminated if control proves impossible. And they're willing to tear apart Konoha to find me?" Naruto's fists clenched. "We have to stop them." "We?" Hades arched an eyebrow. I cannot directly interfere in Olympian affairs without risking open war between divine factions. Nor should you confront them before you've mastered your powers. I can't just hide while they threaten my home. You won't have to, Madara interjected, gesturing to another part of the map where dark points of light had appeared at Konoha's borders. It seems Kronos' forces have also arrived. The two factions will soon be too occupied with each other to continue their search effectively. That's supposed to be better. Naruto demanded. Konoha caught between warring divine armies. It buys us time, the sage said calmly. A few more days to complete your essential training before you return. Sasuke studied the map with narrowed eyes. There's something else happening. He pointed to a section of coastline northeast of Konoha, where the map showed unusual disturbances in the water. Those wave patterns are unnatural. Indeed, Hades confirmed. Poseidon has taken notice of events as well. It seems he's sending his own representatives to investigate the situation. My divine ancestor. Sasuke's expression betrayed rare uncertainty. What does he want? Information, primarily, Hades replied. Poseidon prefers to understand situations fully before committing to action. Unlike Zeus, who reacts first and considers consequences later. He turned to Sasuke with sudden intensity. This presents both opportunity and danger for you, son of Uchiha. Poseidon's agents will sense your bloodline connection. They may offer alliance, or demand loyalty. I don't serve gods, Sasuke said flatly. Perhaps not willingly, Hades acknowledged. But divine blood responds to its source in ways that can surprise even the most independent mind. Naruto noticed his friend's troubled expression. Sasuke, what is it? After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke spoke. There's something I haven't told you. During my time away, I encountered sea spirits who claimed to serve Poseidon. They offered me power in exchange for consideration, when the time came. What kind of consideration? Hinata asked. They wouldn't specify. Just that when Poseidon called, I would be expected to answer. Sasuke's hand drifted to the mark on his collarbone, the tracking seal placed by the herald. I refused their offer, but they seemed amused rather than offended. Said the sea always collects what it's owed, sooner or later. Hades' expression darkened further. My brother's servants rarely make offers without purpose. Be wary, Sasuke Uchiha. Poseidon plays a longer game than most divine entities, with consequences that may not reveal themselves for generations. I can handle sea spirits, Sasuke insisted. Perhaps, Hades conceded. But can Konoha handle being the battleground for three divine factions simultaneously? He turned back to the map, where the golden lights of Olympus and the shadowy presence of Titan agents circled each other warily through Konoha streets. The situation deteriorates by the hour. Naruto made a decision. I need to return. Now. Not in days. You're not ready, Kushina protested. You've barely scratched the surface of your powers. I don't need to be fully trained, Naruto argued. I just need to be good enough to protect what matters. He turned to the sage. I've mastered 2 paths completely and have workable control of 2 more. That's enough to start with. The ancient spirit considered this. Your progress has indeed been remarkable. Perhaps. He's right, Madara interjected, surprising everyone. A commander proves himself on the battlefield, not in training exercises. The Legion responds to strength and conviction, both of which the boy has demonstrated. He fixed his eternal Mangekyo on Naruto. The question is not whether he's ready to command, but whether he's ready to bear the consequences of command. What consequences? Naruto asked. The dead follow orders absolutely, Madara explained. But they do not think as the living do. Morality, restraint, mercy, these concepts fade with death. When you command souls to fight, they will destroy without hesitation or remorse. You must be prepared to control not just their actions, but the extent of those actions. Naruto absorbed this sobering assessment. I understand. Do you? Hades asked quietly. To command death is to become its arbiter. Every soul that serves you is one denied the natural cycle of rebirth. Every spirit bound to your will is one that remains trapped between worlds. Are you saying I should refuse this power? This heritage? Naruto challenged. Hades shook his head. I am saying that power without understanding is merely force unleashed. The crown you wear, the legion you command, these are responsibilities as much as weapons. Kushina stepped forward, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. What your father means is that we want you to be prepared for the weight of these choices. Once you step onto the battlefield as the son of Hades, there is no returning to the life you knew before. The room fell silent as Naruto considered their words. Finally, he looked up, determination hardening his features. I understand that better than you think. My entire life changed the moment I learned what I truly am. He glanced at Sasuke and Hinata, drawing strength from their presence. But I won't hide in the underworld while others fight my battles. If I'm to be the son of Hades, then I'll face that destiny head-on, my way. A smile ghosted across Hades' face, there and gone so quickly Naruto almost missed it. Your mother's spirit indeed. He waved a hand over the map, and a new location illuminated, a shrine in the forest outside Konoha. This is your best point of re-entry. A temple to Hecate where the veil between worlds thins naturally. I'll open the passage, Naruto said confidently. Not alone, the sage cautioned. The journey between realms requires more control than you yet possess. You will need anchors in both worlds to stabilize the pathway. I will serve as anchor here, Kushina volunteered immediately. My connection to Naruto is strongest. And in the mortal realm? Hades questioned. Kakashi, Naruto decided. If I can somehow get a message to him. That won't be necessary, Hades assured him. As we speak, he performs rites at that very shrine, seeking guidance. He senses the divine confrontation brewing and prepares in his own way. Naruto blinked in surprise. Kakashi practices rites to the old gods. Many shinobi maintain connections to the divine that they seldom discuss, Madara commented. Your former teacher has Olympian blood himself, albeit distantly. A touch of Athena's wisdom in his line. How do you know all this? Sasuke asked suspiciously. Madara's spectral form shimmered with cold amusement. Death grants perspective, boy. From here, bloodlines become clear as mountain streams. Divine heritage leaves traces that persist beyond mortal lifetimes. Which reminds me, the sage interjected, if you are determined to return now, Naruto, you must select which portion of your legion to bring with you. Even with your growing power, you cannot command the entire host yet. My legion? Naruto repeated, still uncomfortable with the concept. The dead who have sworn to your service, Madara clarified. Currently 10,000 strong, though only a fraction can manifest in the mortal realm without severely draining your energy. Naruto hadn't realized the scale of forces now bound to him. 10,000. Souls who recognized your divine authority and chose to follow you, Hades explained. Some for redemption, others for purpose, many simply because they sense in you the potential to change the order of things. For your first deployment, Madara advised, I recommend no more than 100 souls. Focus on quality rather than quantity, specialists whose skills complement your own and each other's. The tactical logic made sense to Naruto. I'll need scouts, combat specialists, and those with knowledge of divine matters. A wise foundation, the sage agreed. Consider also those with unique abilities that have persisted in death, Kekkai Genkai users whose gifts transcended their mortal forms. Naruto nodded, mind already working through possibilities. The first and second Hokages, if they're available. Their wood and water techniques would be invaluable against divine opponents. Both have chosen to follow your banner, Madara confirmed with a hint of irony. Though Hashirama insisted on seeing your character before swearing full allegiance. My parents, Minato and Kushina, Naruto continued, glancing at his mother. Though I understand one of you must remain as anchor. Your father's spirit resides in a different realm entirely, Kushina explained gently. The Shinigami who sealed the Ninetales claimed his soul under terms even Hades must respect. Divine compacts between pantheons are binding even on the gods themselves. The revelation stung, though Naruto had suspected as much. I understand. Then I'll need other Fuinjutsu specialists. Naruto Uzumaki stands ready, Kushina offered. My distant relative and the first Hokage's wife. Her sealing techniques rivaled my own in life. They continued planning, with Naruto selecting his initial legion from among the legendary dead. In addition to the Hokages and Mito, he chose Tsukumo Hatake, several Uchiha specialists, at Sasuke's suggestion, a contingent of Hyuga masters who might help Hinata develop her evolving Byakugan, and a diverse group of shinobi from various eras whose unique skills could prove useful against divine opponents. As the selections concluded, Hades raised his hand for attention. There is one more matter to address before you depart. The matter of your divine authority. My what? Naruto asked. Each god maintains domains of influence, spheres of reality over which they hold sway, Hades explained. As my son, you inherit aspects of my authority over death and shadow, but the Rinnegan grants you potential access to domains beyond my purview. What does that mean practically? It means that as you grow in power, you will develop the ability to issue divine commands that reality itself must obey, within your domains of influence, the sage clarified. But such authority must be properly channeled, or it could destroy you from within. Hades gestured, and shadows coalesced before them, forming a staff of black metal similar to the material of Naruto's crown and kunai. The Rod of Dominion. Forged from Stygian iron and infused with a portion of my own divine authority. It will serve as a focus for your commands until your body adapts to channeling divine will directly. Naruto accepted the staff, feeling power pulse through it at his touch. Unlike the crown, which enhanced his perception, the rod felt like a weapon, a conduit for exerting his will upon the world. Use it sparingly, Hades cautioned. Each divine command draws not just on your chakra, but on your very essence. Overextend, and you risk burning out your mortal form entirely. Great, Naruto muttered. So my options are, don't use my powers and fail, or use them too much and die. Wonderful heritage. Kushina laughed, the sound like wind chimes in the somber chamber. Now you sound like me when I first learned what I'd married into. Her expression softened. There is always a middle path, my son. Power tempered by wisdom. Authority balanced with compassion. This is what makes a true ruler of any realm. I never wanted to rule, Naruto said quietly. I just wanted to protect those precious to me. The best rulers rarely seek the throne, the sage observed. They accept it as responsibility, not privilege. Philosophical debates can continue after the immediate crisis is resolved, Madara interrupted impatiently. The Olympians and Titans draw closer to open conflict with each passing moment. We must act now if we hope to prevent Konoha from becoming collateral damage. Hades nodded in agreement. Prepare yourselves. The journey between realms is not without risk, particularly when divine factions actively search for you. As final preparations were made, Hinata approached Naruto privately. In the days of training, they had had little time alone together, each focused on mastering their respective abilities. Now, with the prospect of returning to a Konoha in crisis, a quiet tension had formed between them. Naruto, she said softly, there's something we should discuss before we go back. What is it? He asked, noting the unusual seriousness in her expression. My Byakugan has been evolving since we arrived here. She activated it briefly, the veins around her eyes now traced with faint golden light even when inactive. I'm seeing things I shouldn't be able to see, divine energies, soul connections, threads of fate binding people together. Is it hurting you? Naruto asked, concerned. She shook her head. No, but it's changing me. The sage says my connection to Apollo's bloodline is being amplified by proximity to you and to the divine energies of the underworld. Her voice lowered further. I've started having visions, Naruto. Glimpses of possible futures. Naruto stilled. What kind of futures? Fragments, mostly. Unclear. But there's one constant in all of them. She met his gaze directly. We stand together, but there's always a choice to be made, a terrible choice that could either save everything or destroy it. That's cryptic. A small smile touched her lips. Apollo is the god of prophecy. Apparently, his descendants sometimes inherit the gift of foresight. Lucky me. Have you told anyone else about this? Only the sage. He advised me to wait until the visions become clearer before sharing them widely. She hesitated. But I wanted you to know. Whatever comes next, whatever choice we face, I believe in you, Naruto. The simple declaration of faith moved him deeply. Without thinking, he reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Thank you, Hinata. For everything, for following me into this madness, for staying when you could have returned to safety. Something shifted in her expression, a warmth, a certainty that hadn't been there before. There is no safety apart from you anymore. Surely you felt it too. The way our chakras resonate, the connection that grows stronger each day. He had felt it, the subtle pull between them that had begun when he healed her in the forest, growing more profound during their time in the underworld. At first, he'd attributed it to their shared circumstances, the stress of divine politics and rigorous training. But it was more than that, a harmony of energies that felt both new and somehow ancient, as if their souls recognized each other across lifetimes. I felt it, he acknowledged quietly. But I don't understand it. Perhaps we're not meant to understand yet, she suggested. Only to trust it. Before he could respond, Sasuke approached, his expression guarded. It's time. They've prepared the ritual circle. They followed him to a secluded chamber deep within the palace, where Hades, Kushina, and the sage waited around a complex array of symbols etched into the floor with what appeared to be liquid shadow. The pathways are aligned, Hades announced. Kakashi Hatake performs the complementary ritual in the mortal realm, creating the anchor point for your arrival. Remember your training, the sage instructed Naruto. Focus your Rinnegan on the connection between realms, not on forcing your way through. The path exists already, you need only illuminate it. Naruto nodded, positioning himself at the center of the array with Sasuke and Hinata flanking him. His selected legion, 100 of the most formidable dead shinobi history had produced, gathered in formation behind them, their spectral forms solidifying as they prepared to cross between worlds. One last thing, Kushina said, stepping forward to embrace her son. When you return, you'll face not just external enemies, but internal doubts. Remember who you are at your core, Naruto, not just Hades' son, but mine as well. A child of both shadow and fire. Naruto held her tightly, memorizing the feel of her arms around him. Will I see you again? Sooner than you might think, she promised. The boundaries between worlds grow thinner with each passing day. And a mother's love transcends even death's domain. Reluctantly, he released her, turning to face his father one last time before departure. Hades stood tall and imposing, every inch the elder god, yet something almost human flickered in his dark eyes as he regarded his son. You carry my blood and authority, but your path is your own to forge. Remember that no divine gift comes without price, and no power without responsibility. I will, Naruto promised. Then go, son of shadows, Hades pronounced formally. May the fates themselves tremble at your passing. Naruto activated his Rinnegan, focusing on the array beneath his feet. As the sage had taught him, he didn't push against reality but rather perceived the seams where realms connected naturally. There, a thread of possibility, a path between shadows leading upward toward mortal light. He grasped it with his mind, feeling Kushina's power anchor one end while Kakashi's ritual secured the other. Realm walking technique, he intoned, channeling chakra through the rod of dominion. Path of shadow ascension. The array beneath them flared with purple light that exactly matched the rings of his Rinnegan. The chamber around them dissolved into swirling darkness, and Naruto felt the peculiar sensation of moving without moving, traveling vast distances while standing perfectly still. For a breathless moment, they existed nowhere, suspended between divine and mortal realms in a void where concepts like time and space held no meaning. Then reality reasserted itself, and they were standing in a small stone shrine surrounded by ancient trees. Dawn light filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows across moss-covered statues of a three-faced goddess. Kakashi knelt before an altar of black stone, silver hair tinged orange in the light of ceremonial flames. He looked up as they materialized, his visible eye widening in surprise despite having participated in the ritual that brought them here. "Naruto," he greeted, rising smoothly. "And, reinforcements, I see." Behind them, the spectral forms of Naruto's legion solidified, arranging themselves in disciplined rows. At the forefront stood the imposing figures of the first and second Hokages, alongside Naruto Uzumaki and, most surprisingly to Kakashi, his own father. "Hello, son," Tsukumo said quietly. "It's been a long time." Kakashi stared at his father's spirit, momentarily speechless. Then, with visible effort, he composed himself. "We don't have time for reunions, unfortunately. The situation in Konoha has deteriorated rapidly." "We know," Naruto said. "Olympian hunters and Titan agents circling each other, with the village caught in the middle." "It's worse than that now," Kakashi informed them grimly. "A third faction has appeared, emissaries from Poseidon, demanding to speak with the last son of Uchiha." His gaze shifted to Sasuke. "They're particularly interested in you, apparently." Sasuke's expression darkened. Just as Hades predicted. "How has Tsunade handled the situation?" Hinata asked. "As well as anyone could," Kakashi replied. "She's managed to keep the three factions from open conflict so far, but diplomatic options are running thin. The Olympians grow increasingly impatient, the Titans more bold in their movements, and Poseidon's representatives more insistent in their demands. Then it's time to change the equation," Naruto decided. He turned to his legion, addressing them formally for the first time as their commander. "We move to Konoha immediately. Scouting teams will deploy first, led by the second Hokage. Combat squads will establish a perimeter around the village under the first Hokage's command. The rest will accompany me directly to the Hokage Tower." The spirits responded with perfect discipline, their formations shifting according to his commands. Naruto felt a surge of confidence as they obeyed without question, these legendary figures of shinobi history now under his authority. Kakashi watched with a mixture of awe and concern. "Naruto, are you sure about this? Once you reveal yourself, there's no going back. The divine world will never leave you in peace again." "Peace was never really an option," Naruto replied, the weight of his new crown solid against his forehead. "Not since the moment my eyes changed. Better to face it on my terms than hide while others pay the price for my heritage." With those words, he led his company forward through the dawnlit forest toward Konoha, the son of Hades returning to the mortal world with an army of legends at his back and divine purpose in his step. Konoha appeared outwardly calm as they approached, but Naruto's enhanced senses detected the tension permeating the village. Divine energies crackled invisibly above the rooftops, the competing auras of Olympian, Titan, and oceanic powers creating a volatile cocktail that ordinary humans couldn't perceive but instinctively avoided. "The village is under a subtle compulsion," Hinata observed, her evolved Byakugan scanning the streets ahead. "Civilians are staying indoors without understanding why. Only shinobi with higher chakra sensitivity are moving freely." "A mercy," the spirit of the second Hokage commented. "Fewer witnesses to whatever confrontation comes." They paused at the village outskirts while Naruto's scout teams reported back with precise locations of the divine factions. The Olympians had established their base at the Hokage Tower itself, keeping Tsunade effectively under house arrest while maintaining the pretense of diplomatic discussions. Titan agents moved more covertly through the village, concentrating around the hospital where Naruto had first encountered the herald. Poseidon's emissaries, smallest in number but perhaps most concerning, had taken over the central fountain plaza, transforming the water into a direct connection to oceanic divine realms. 3 distinct power centers, Naruto mused. Each with different agendas regarding me and Sasuke. Don't forget the Kyuubi, Kakashi reminded him. The 9 tails remain sealed within you. That's a 4th power source that will complicate matters once detected. Naruto had almost forgotten about the fox demon during his time in the underworld. The 9 tails had been unusually quiet since his divine awakening, as if retreating deeper into its seal. We'll deal with that complication if it arises. For now, we focus on freeing Konoha from divine interference. How exactly do you plan to do that? Sasuke asked. These are gods we're talking about, or their direct servants at minimum. Even with your legion, we're outmatched in raw power. We don't need to defeat them, Naruto explained, strategy forming as he spoke. Only to establish that the cost of conflict exceeds the benefit. Gods are fundamentally pragmatic about power dynamics. Hinata studied him with quiet pride. You've changed, she observed. Your thinking, your confidence. Spending time with your divine father and training under history's greatest strategic minds will do that, Naruto replied with a small smile. Besides, I've always been a quick study when properly motivated. He turned to the first Hokage's spirit. Lord First, deploy your teams as planned. Create a perimeter of awareness, not confrontation. I want to know every divine movement in the village, but avoid engagement unless absolutely necessary. Hashirama nodded, his spectral form emanating the quiet authority that had made him legendary in life. Understood. Though I must say, commanding me feels somewhat backwards considering I once held your current position. Consider it the natural evolution of things, Naruto replied. Besides, soon enough you'll be evaluating whether I'm worthy of your full allegiance. I've seen enough already to form preliminary opinions, the first said with a ghostly smile before departing with his assigned teams. Naruto turned next to Mito Uzumaki, whose regal bearing and distinctive hair marked her unmistakably as an Uzumaki even in spirit form. Lady Mito, I need your expertise in sealing techniques. Can you create a boundary that would temporarily prevent divine energies from entering or exiting a contained space? The formidable woman considered the request. It would require significant power to maintain and couldn't hold indefinitely against determined divine opposition. But yes, for a limited diplomatic exchange, it could provide neutral ground. Perfect. Begin preparations for such a seal around the Hokage monument. Large enough to host representatives from all factions, but contained enough to be effectively neutralized. As his legion deployed according to his instructions, Sasuke approached Naruto privately. You're planning to negotiate rather than fight? I'm planning to negotiate from a position of strength, Naruto clarified. Let them see what we bring to the table first, then offer reasonable terms that acknowledge mutual interests. And if they refuse reasonable terms? Naruto's expression hardened, the Rinnegan activating briefly. Then we demonstrate why that would be unwise. Within the hour, Naruto's presence in the village had been detected by all 3 divine factions. As predicted, each responded differently to the development. The Olympian hunters, led by Artemis herself, immediately mobilized toward his location, abandoning their pretense of diplomatic engagement with Tsunade. Titan agents melted away from their positions, seemingly retreating but actually regrouping for a more coordinated approach. Most interestingly, Poseidon's emissaries sent a single representative, a woman with sea-green hair and eyes like tidal pools, who approached openly under a flag of parley. The ocean acknowledges the son of shadows, she announced when brought before Naruto. Lord Poseidon offers neutral ground for discussion of mutual concerns, particularly regarding his distant son. Her eyes flicked meaningfully toward Sasuke. Tell your lord I appreciate his civility, Naruto replied formally. But I have already arranged neutral ground for all concerned parties to address the situation comprehensively. The emissary's expression revealed nothing, but the water in a nearby puddle rippled in apparent agitation. My lord does not typically join multilateral discussions. His interests are specific to bloodline matters. Then he is welcome to send a representative with appropriate authority to speak on his behalf, Naruto countered smoothly. But the issues affecting Konoha involve multiple divine factions and cannot be resolved piecemeal. After the emissary departed to relay his response, Hinata regarded him with curiosity. You handled that very diplomatically. Nothing like the impulsive Naruto who left Konoha a week ago. He shrugged. My mother gave me a crash course in divine political etiquette. Apparently, there are specific ways to address different pantheons without giving offense or conceding authority. Your mother, Sasuke repeated. It's still strange to think of you having conversations with Kushina Uzumaki in the Underworld. Believe me, it was stranger living it, Naruto admitted. But also, incredible. She's everything I'd hoped she would be. He fell silent for a moment, then refocused on the task at hand. The Olympians will be the hardest to convince. Zeus doesn't compromise easily, according to my father. And the Titans? Kakashi asked. They'll pretend to negotiate while looking for weaknesses, Naruto predicted. Their ultimate goal remains unchanged, they want my Rinnegan to free Kronos. Everything else is secondary. As they discussed strategy, a commotion at their perimeter drew their attention. The spirits of 3 shinobi scouts materialized, reporting that Artemis herself was approaching with what appeared to be an honor guard of divine hunters. She comes under a sacred truce banner, one scout reported. But her hunters have taken positions that suggest preparation for potential combat. Naruto straightened his posture, adjusting the crown of Erebus on his forehead. Then let's not keep the goddess waiting. Artemis of Olympus proved nothing like the myths depicted her. Rather than a maiden huntress in flowing robes, she appeared as a hardened warrior in silver combat armor, her hair cropped short for practicality, dual hunting knives strapped to her thighs. Only her eyes betrayed her divine nature, silver as moonlight and ancient beyond mortal comprehension. She studied Naruto with clinical detachment as she approached, then surprised everyone by offering a warrior's salute, fist over heart. Nephew, she acknowledged. You've caused quite the stir on Olympus. Aunt, Naruto returned the salute awkwardly. I wasn't aware my existence was known to the Pantheon. A thin smile crossed her face. It wasn't, until recently. My brother's oracle delivered a most disturbing prophecy regarding Hades' hidden son with eyes that bridge worlds. Zeus dispatched me immediately to investigate, and potentially resolve the situation. The threat underneath her civil tone wasn't lost on anyone present. By resolve, you mean capture or kill me, Naruto stated flatly. Artemis shrugged. Those were indeed my instructions. However, now that I see you. Her silver eyes catalogued his crown, the rod of dominion, and the legion of spirits at his command. The situation appears more complex than Zeus understood. Particularly your apparent mastery of divine authority at such a young age. Not mastery, Naruto corrected honestly. But enough control to defend what's mine. And what exactly do you consider yours, son of Hades? The question carried weight beyond its simple wording, a goddess probing for ambition, for threat. Naruto gestured to the village around them. Konoha. My friends. My right to exist without interference. I make no claims beyond that. Something like approval flickered across Artemis's face. Modest aims. Refreshing, compared to most divine scions I've encountered. She glanced at the spirits of the first and second Hokages, who had positioned themselves protectively near Naruto. Impressive company you keep. We stand with the son of Lord Hades by choice, Hashirama's spirit declared. His character has earned our allegiance. Artemis raised an eyebrow. High praise indeed from legends. She returned her attention to Naruto. I understand you proposed a formal conclave to address the current convergence of interests. Under what terms? Neutral ground, established through sealing techniques that temporarily neutralize divine advantages, Naruto explained. All factions represented, with binding agreements witnessed by appropriate authorities. And you consider yourself such an authority? I consider myself a concerned party with legitimate interests, Naruto countered. The binding authority will be the natural laws that govern divine compacts across pantheons. The goddess studied him a moment longer, then nodded once. Acceptable preliminary terms. I will attend your conclave, with appropriate representation from Olympus. Her expression hardened slightly. But understand this, nephew, while I may find your approach reasonable, Zeus is less easily persuaded. What he commands, I ultimately must obey. I understand the constraints of divine politics, Naruto assured her. My father explained them quite thoroughly. Artemis's eyes widened fractionally at this confirmation of direct contact with Hades. You've spoken with your father. Recently. I've done more than speak with him, Naruto replied, letting a small measure of his newly acquired power ripple visibly around him, shadows darkening, the Rinnegan activating momentarily. I've accepted my heritage and the responsibilities it entails. The goddess absorbed this information with the calculation of a master strategist. The council will need to reevaluate its approach, then. She offered another formal salute. Until the conclave, nephew. May your preparations proceed unhindered by my hunters. After she departed, Kakashi let out a low whistle. I've never seen an Olympian treat a demigod with such immediate respect. Your father's influence carries more weight than I realized. It wasn't just my father's name, Naruto said quietly. It was this. He gestured to the spirits around them. The dead serve me willingly. That means something in divine politics, it establishes legitimate authority rather than merely inherited position. Clever, Sasuke acknowledged. Using their own value system against them. Hinata, who had been quietly scanning the village with her enhanced Byakugan, interrupted their discussion. Naruto, Tsunade is approaching, alone but moving quickly. Moments later, the fifth Hokage landed before them in a display of controlled power that cracked the ground beneath her feet. Her amber eyes took in the assembled spirits with professional assessment before fixing on Naruto. When I said, find out about your heritage, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind, she commented dryly. An army of legendary dead shinobi? Divine politics spilling into my village? You never do anything by half measures, do you? Despite everything, Naruto found himself grinning. Good to see you too, Granny Tsunade. Her expression softened slightly. You look different. More than just the eyes and that crown you're wearing. There's something in your bearing that wasn't there before. A week with Hades and Kushina will do that to a person, he replied. Tsunade's composure cracked at the mention of Kushina. You saw your mother. How is she? Fierce. Loving. Everything I could have hoped for. Naruto swallowed against sudden emotion. She sends her regards to her old friend. The Hokage nodded, visibly touched. Then, with characteristic resilience, she refocused on the crisis at hand. I've been effectively under house arrest for 3 days while these divine visitors conducted their diplomatic mission. I only slipped away when they detected your arrival and redeployed. How bad is the situation inside the village? Tense but contained, for now, she reported. The Olympians have been arrogant but not openly hostile. The Titan agents are more concerning, they've been systematically accessing our hospital records, particularly those related to you and other shinobi with unusual chakra manifestations. Looking for other potential divine bloodlines, Sasuke surmised. Most likely, Tsunade agreed. As for Poseidon's people, they've kept to themselves mostly, though they've been asking pointed questions about the Uchiha clan's history. Naruto nodded, the pieces fitting into the strategic picture he'd been forming. We've proposed a formal conclave to address all factions concerned simultaneously. Lady Mito is preparing seals to create neutral ground at the Hokage monument. Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade murmured, glancing toward where the legendary sealing expert was working. My grandmother, this is a day for family reunions, it seems. Speaking of family, Naruto began carefully, there's something you should know about Hinata. The Hyuga heiress stepped forward, activating her evolved Byakugan with its distinctive golden glow. My bloodline has responded to divine energies, Lady Tsunade. The sage believes my connection to Apollo's heritage has been amplified by proximity to Naruto. Tsunade studied the golden-tinged Byakugan with professional interest. Any negative side effects? Pain, disorientation? None physically, Hinata replied. Though I've experienced some visions. Possible futures, still unclear. Apollo's foresight, Tsunade mused. Rare even among his direct descendants. Have you told your clan? There hasn't been time, Hinata admitted. And I'm uncertain how they would react. One problem at a time, Naruto interjected. First, we resolve the immediate divine confrontation. Then we can address the implications for individuals and clans. Tsunade regarded him appraisingly. You're thinking like a leader, not just a fighter. Interesting development. Before Naruto could respond, a disturbance rippled through the spirits maintaining their perimeter. One materialized before them, kneeling quickly. Commander, Titan forces are mobilizing toward the hospital. They appear to be extracting something, or someone, with significant security. The herald, Sasuke realized. It must have reformed. Naruto turned to the second Hokage's spirit. Tobirama, take a strike team and observe only. Do not engage unless they threaten civilians. As the spirits departed on their mission, another scout appeared. Poseidon's emissaries request immediate audience with Sasuke Uchiha. They claim to have information about the mark on his collarbone, how to remove it. Sasuke's hand unconsciously moved to the tracking seal. It's a trap. Obviously, Naruto agreed. But it might be worth hearing what they have to say, under controlled circumstances. I'll go, Sasuke decided. But not alone. I'll accompany you, Kakashi offered. My Sharingan may detect deception their water-based illusions might conceal from others. With teams dispatched to monitor each divine faction, Naruto turned his attention to the conclave preparations. Mito's sealing work was progressing rapidly, her spiritual form manipulating chakra with the precision that had made her legendary. The circular array she created spanned nearly 50 meters across the top of the Hokage monument, incorporating symbols from multiple divine traditions. A synthesis of Uzumaki sealing techniques and Olympian binding patterns, she explained as Naruto examined her work. With elements from Shinto tradition to grounded in local divine hierarchies. Once activated, it will create a temporary neutral zone where divine powers are muted, not eliminated, but reduced to more equitable levels. How long will it hold? Naruto asked. With your power supplementing the matrix? Perhaps 3 hours. She studied him with the calculating eye of a master evaluating a promising student. You have your mother's chakra reserves, amplified by your father's divine essence. Impressive combination. Will the seal affect my legion? Mito nodded. All spiritual entities will experience some constraint. I've incorporated exceptions for communication purposes, but combat abilities will be significantly reduced for everyone, living and dead, divine and mortal. Perfect, Naruto decided. That puts the emphasis on negotiation rather than intimidation. As sunset approached, the various factions confirmed their attendance at the conclave. Artemis would represent Olympus, accompanied by Hermes as divine messenger to officially record any agreements reached. The Titans had appointed their herald as spokesperson, newly reformed and now possessing the body of a sound village shinobi with unique adaptive abilities. Poseidon's delegation would be led by a being who called himself Proteus, a shape-shifting divine servant who specialized in diplomatic missions between divine realms. Sasuke returned from his meeting with Poseidon's emissaries, his expression troubled. They offered to remove the tracking seal, he reported. In exchange for a blood oath of allegiance to Poseidon. Which you refused, Naruto guessed. Of course. But they were persistent. Said the mark would eventually consume me if not treated by oceanic divine power. His hand rubbed the seal unconsciously. They also revealed it's not just tracking my location, it's slowly converting my chakra network to be more receptive to Titan influence. That's concerning, Hinata said. My Byakugan has detected subtle changes in your chakra flow patterns, but I attributed them to your own divine bloodline awakening further. It could be both, Kakashi suggested. The Titans might be trying to subvert your connection to Poseidon's bloodline, turning it toward their own purposes. Naruto frowned. We'll need to address this at the conclave. It's another example of divine factions interfering with mortals without consent. As final preparations were completed, Tsunade formally reclaimed her authority as Hokage, issuing village-wide security protocols that would keep civilians indoors during the conclave. ANBU teams were strategically positioned throughout Konoha, ready to respond to any spillover from the divine negotiations. I'll be attending as Konoha's representative, Tsunade informed Naruto. Divine politics or not, this is still my village. Of course, he agreed readily. Your presence strengthens our position. The gods respect power and authority, even mortal ones. As the appointed hour approached, Naruto stood at the edge of the Hokage monument, looking out over the village he'd grown up in. Lights twinkled below as dusk deepened into evening, each representing homes and lives he had sworn to protect. The weight of his new responsibilities settled more firmly on his shoulders, not just as a shinobi of the leaf, but as something more complex, a bridge between worlds. Having second thoughts? Hinata asked, joining him at the precipice. No, he said truthfully. Just reflecting on how much has changed in such a short time. He turned to her. A week ago, my biggest concern was mastering a new jutsu or completing a mission. Now I'm negotiating with gods while commanding an army of legendary dead shinobi. She smiled gently. And yet you're still Naruto. That's what matters most, that beneath the crown and the divine eyes, you remain the person who would do anything to protect those precious to him. He returned her smile, drawing strength from her steady presence. Thank you for reminding me of that. It would be easy to get lost in all of this, divinity. That's why you have us, she said simply. To keep you grounded. A subtle throat clearing interrupted them. They turned to find the spirit of Hashirama Senju standing respectfully nearby. Forgive the intrusion, the first Hokage said. But the divine representatives have arrived. It is time to begin. The conclave was arranged as a circle within the larger sealing array, with representatives seated according to their factions. Naruto took his position with Hinata and Sasuke flanking him, while select spirits from his legion stood at attention behind their chairs. Across from them, Artemis and Hermes represented Olympus with the cold dignity of ancient powers. To their right, Poseidon's emissaries shimmered with oceanic energy, their forms seeming to flow like water even when still. To their left, the herald and two other Titan servants exuded a palpable malevolence despite their outwardly composed demeanor. Tsunade, as host, opened the proceedings with formal diplomatic protocol. Welcome to Konohagakure. This conclave has been convened to address matters of mutual concern regarding divine activities within our sovereign territory and the status of individuals with divine heritage currently under Konoha's protection. Naruto Uzumaki's spirit then activated the sealing array with a complex hand sequence. The entire circle illuminated with soft blue light as divine energies were systematically muted within its boundaries. Naruto felt the dampening effect immediately, his connection to his legion becoming more tenuous, the Rinnegan's constant pressure behind his eyes easing to a manageable level. Artemis spoke first, her silver eyes gleaming despite the seal's constraints. Olympus acknowledges this neutral ground and comes in good faith to resolve the matter of Hades' unexpected son. She inclined her head toward Naruto. Recent developments have changed our understanding of the situation. We no longer seek the Scion's immediate containment, but rather clarification of his intentions and alignment. Transparent as always, Olympian, the herald commented with a cold smile. While you speak of containment, we offer partnership. It turned to Naruto. The Titans recognize your unique position, son of shadows. Neither fully god nor merely mortal, you exist between worlds, as our Lord Kronos once did before his unjust imprisonment. Partnership implies mutual benefit, Naruto replied evenly. Yet your agents have attacked me, placed tracking seals on my ally without consent, and infiltrated my village with hostile intent. These are not the actions of potential partners. Proteus, the shapeshifter representing Poseidon, shifted his form slightly to appear more human as he spoke. The ocean observes with interest but commits to no faction prematurely. Our concern lies primarily with the Uchiha bloodline, which carries our Lord's divine gift. Its preservation takes precedence over broader conflicts. Sasuke leaned forward. If preservation is truly your concern, then explain why you've made no effort to protect the Uchiha bloodline until now, after it was nearly exterminated. A ripple of discomfort passed through Poseidon's delegation. Divine intervention follows complex patterns, Proteus replied carefully. Direct action risks greater disruption of mortal affairs. Convenient justification for abandonment, Sasuke countered. Tsunade interjected before the exchange could escalate. These recriminations, while understandable, don't address the immediate issue: 3 divine factions operating in Konoha without authorization, endangering our citizens and disrupting our governance. The presence of 2 active divine scions necessitated investigation, Artemis stated. Particularly when one manifests the Rinnegan, a power explicitly mentioned in multiple prophecies concerning cosmic balance. Prophecies you've withheld from those most affected by them, Naruto pointed out. If my eyes are so significant, shouldn't I know exactly why? Hermes spoke for the first time, his voice carrying the harmonics of divine proclamation. The full prophecy of the bridging eyes is restricted knowledge even among the pantheon. But the relevant portion states, when Shadow's child opens eyes that bridge worlds, the imprisoned shall strain their bonds, the divine order shall tremble, and the veil between realms shall thin unto tearing. Poetic, the herald commented with barely concealed eagerness. But incomplete. Our records include the next lines: choice shall fall to Shadow's child, to mend a sundered cosmos or remake it anew. Both god and mortal yet neither fully, the bridge-eyed one alone may walk between. Naruto absorbed this information, understanding better why multiple divine factions had converged on him so quickly. So each of you has interpreted this prophecy according to your own interests. Olympus fears I'll disrupt your established order. The Titans hope I'll remake things in your favor. And Poseidon seeks to ensure Ocean's influence remains regardless of outcome, Proteus finished smoothly. Cosmic upheaval or stability, water endures through all changes. Hinata, who had been quietly observing, suddenly activated her golden-tinged Byakugan. You're all missing something crucial, she said, her voice carrying unexpected authority. The prophecy speaks of choice, Naruto's choice. Not predestination, not manipulation by outside forces. His decision alone. Apollo's sight speaks through you, girl, Artemis observed with narrowed eyes. My brother's bloodline runs stronger in you than mere distant heritage would suggest. Another divine bloodline awakening, the herald noted with predatory interest. This conclave grows more valuable by the moment. Naruto raised his hand, commanding attention with a subtle release of power that pressed against the ceiling array's constraints. Let's refocus on practical matters. 3 facts stand immovable. First, I have no intention of being used by any divine faction against my will. Second, Konoha and its people remain under my protection, non-negotiably. Third, any future interaction between divine and mortal realms must occur through established protocols that respect mortal sovereignty. Bold declarations from one so recently awakened to his heritage, Artemis commented, though approval tinged her voice. Yet consistent with his demonstrated character, Tsunade supported. Naruto has earned Konoha's trust through years of service and sacrifice. His divine bloodline changes nothing about his core loyalties. The negotiations continued for hours, delving into specific concerns from each faction. The Olympians sought assurances that Naruto would not use the Rinnegan to disrupt divine hierarchies. The Titans probed for weaknesses in his resolve while offering increasingly tempting rewards for cooperation. Poseidon's representatives focused on establishing separate agreements regarding Sasuke and the future of the Uchiha bloodline. Throughout, Naruto maintained a delicate balance, respectful but unbending, open to compromise on procedural matters but immovable on principles. His time in the underworld had prepared him well for divine politics, while his inherent nature, his unwavering commitment to protecting his precious people, kept him grounded against otherworldly temptations. As the conclave approached its final hour, with the sealing array beginning to flicker slightly at its edges, Naruto proposed formal terms for all parties. Konoha recognizes the legitimate interests of divine factions in matters of cosmic significance, he stated. In return, all divine entities agree to operate through designated channels when approaching Shinobi with divine heritage. No compulsions, no uninvited possession, no manipulation through dreams or visions. Restrictive, the herald objected. Reasonable, Artemis countered. Olympus can agree to these terms, provided regular communication is maintained with divine scions of significant power. Define, significant, Tsunade pressed. Those whose abilities might affect multiple realms, Hermes clarified. Currently, that includes Naruto Uzumaki and potentially Sasuke Uchiha, given proper development of his bloodline. Proteus shifted his form thoughtfully. Poseidon would agree, with the additional provision that oceanic bloodlines receive appropriate acknowledgement and training in their hereditary gifts. Reasonable, Naruto conceded. So long as such training remains voluntary and transparent. Only the Titan representatives seemed dissatisfied with the developing consensus. The herald leaned forward, its borrowed features hardening. These diplomatic niceties serve Olympian interests while ignoring fundamental inequities in the cosmic order, it argued. The imprisonment of the elder Titans represents the greatest injustice in celestial history, one that the Rinnegan could finally address. By freeing Kronos and unleashing another Titan war. Artemis scoffed. The last one nearly destroyed the mortal realm entirely. By restoring balance, the herald insisted. The Son of Shadows could architect a new covenant between all divine factions, with power distributed justly rather than hoarded by Olympian elites. Naruto regarded the herald thoughtfully. If justice is truly your concern, then demonstrate it. Remove the tracking seal you placed on Sasuke without his consent. The herald's expression froze. That would require significant preparation and ritual components. Yet you placed it in seconds during combat, Sasuke pointed out coldly. Your reluctance reveals your true priorities. Tensions escalated as the Titan representatives grew increasingly defensive. The sealing array flickered more prominently now, divine energies beginning to reassert themselves as Mito's time limit approached. A final proposal, Naruto announced, reclaiming control of the discussion. A 3-month period of non-interference from all divine factions. During this time, I will study the full implications of the prophecy, master my abilities, and consider the perspectives presented today. After this period, I will convene another conclave to present my considered position on cosmic balances and potential reforms. 3 months is nothing to immortals, Artemis mused. Olympus could accommodate such a pause, provided no major cosmic disruptions occur in the interim. The ocean is patient, Proteus agreed. But we would request periodic updates regarding the Uchiha situation. All eyes turned to the Titan representatives, who conferred among themselves through whispers. Finally, the herald spoke. We will agree to this moratorium, with one condition: the tracking seal remains in place, but we will provide the Uchiha with the knowledge to suppress its effects temporarily. A gesture of good faith. Sasuke scowled. Hardly good faith to maintain your leash while offering temporary relief. Nevertheless, Naruto interjected, it's progress. We accept these terms, with the understanding that any violation by any faction nullifies the agreement for all parties. Hermes produced a scroll of shimmering material that seemed neither paper nor fabric. I shall record these terms as divine messenger, binding all present to their word. His fingers traced patterns in the air, golden light forming into script that settled onto the scroll's surface. Each representative must seal this compact with essence freely given. One by one, they approached the scroll. Artemis contributed a strand of silver moonlight from her hair. Proteus added 3 drops of water that seemed to contain the ocean's depths within them. The herald reluctantly extracted a golden mist from its borrowed form's lungs. Naruto, guided by instinct, called upon his Rinnegan to produce a small fragment of shadow-given substance, a drop of liquid darkness that sizzled as it touched the divine contract. The compact is sealed, Hermes announced as the scroll absorbed all contributions and glowed briefly before rolling itself closed. By ancient laws that bind even the gods, these terms shall be honored until their appointed conclusion or mutual dissolution. As the sealing array finally faded completely, divine powers rushed back into the circle like water filling a suddenly unplugged basin. Naruto felt his connection to his legion strengthen immediately, the spirits behind him standing straighter, more substantial. The conclave is concluded, Tsunade declared formally. All divine representatives are requested to withdraw from Konoha by sunrise, in accordance with the newly established protocols. The divine factions departed with varying degrees of ceremony. Artemis offered Naruto a formal warrior's salute before disappearing in a flash of silver light with Hermes. Poseidon's emissaries dissolved into water that flowed away in impossible directions, defying gravity. Only the Titan representatives left conventionally, walking to the monument's edge before simply stepping off into darkness, their borrowed forms distorting briefly as they fell. When only the Konoha contingent remained, Tsunade let out a long breath. I've negotiated with hostile villages, criminal organizations, and feudal lords, but nothing quite compares to divine politics. You handled it masterfully, Naruto assured her. Having you represent Konoha's interests gave us legitimate standing in their eyes. And you, she said, studying him with new respect, negotiated like someone with decades of diplomatic experience. Your time in the underworld changed you. I had good teachers, he acknowledged, thinking of his mother's passionate coaching on divine etiquette and his father's calculating lessons on leveraging position. And strong motivation to succeed. The assembled spirits of his legion awaited his next command, standing in perfect formation despite the strenuous effort of maintaining presence in the mortal realm for so many hours. What happens now? Sasuke asked, examining the tracking seal on his collarbone which had begun glowing faintly after the protective array dissipated. We've bought time, but none of the fundamental problems have been resolved. Now we prepare, Naruto answered, his Rinnegan activating fully as he surveyed his forces. 3 months isn't long, but it's enough to establish a new equilibrium, one where divine factions must deal with us as equals rather than pawns. Starting with a proper defense of Konoha, Hinata suggested. Your legion gives us unprecedented capabilities. Naruto nodded in agreement. And not just for defense. With spirits who can travel undetected between realms, we can gather intelligence on all divine factions simultaneously. An intelligence network spanning mortal and divine worlds, Kakashi mused. Impressive strategy. We should also establish training protocols for shinobi with divine bloodlines, Tsunade added. Not just you 3, but others who might be awakening due to the thinning barriers between realms. As they discussed next steps, Naruto felt a familiar presence materialize beside him. His mother's spirit had somehow crossed between realms, her form less substantial than in the underworld but unmistakably present. Mom, he greeted softly, the others falling silent in surprise. How are you here? Kushina's spirit smiled warmly. The compact you just sealed created a temporary pathway between realms, a consequence Hermes conveniently failed to mention. I slipped through while it was forming. Can you stay? The question carried all his childhood longing. Not permanently, she said gently. But longer than a mere visit. The thinning of barriers works both ways. It allows me to manifest here with your help, just as it allows divine entities easier access to the mortal realm. Another advantage we didn't anticipate, Tsunade commented, emotion evident in her voice as she regarded her old friend's spirit. And not the last, Kushina assured them. The prophecy speaks of the veil thinning unto tearing, which means the traditional boundaries between divine realms, the mortal world, and the domains of the dead are becoming increasingly permeable. This creates dangers, yes, but also opportunities for those wise enough to navigate them. Like building an army that crosses those boundaries, Naruto realized, understanding his father's strategy more completely. The Legion of the Worthy Dead isn't just about combat power, it's about establishing a new kind of force that operates beyond traditional limitations. Precisely, Kushina confirmed proudly. You're not just Hades' son or my child, you're the bridge between worlds that the prophecy foretold. Not because of your eyes alone, but because of who you choose to be and how you choose to use your unique position. As dawn approached, they moved their strategic discussion to the Hokage Tower, where Naruto formally presented his legion to Tsunade as an allied force at Konoha's disposal. The spirits of legendary shinobi formed ranks in the plaza below, creating an awe-inspiring display of power that would quickly become the talk of the village once civilians emerged from their homes. I propose a new division within Konoha's forces, Naruto suggested. The Twilight Guard, consisting of both living shinobi and spirit allies, specializing in threats that cross between realms. Co-commanded by yourself and someone with formal Konoha authority, Tsunade stipulated. Divine bloodline or not, proper integration with village structures is essential. Kakashi would be the logical choice, Naruto agreed readily. His experience with divine matters and respect among both the living and dead make him ideal. The silver-haired Jonin sighed dramatically. More responsibility. Just what I always wanted. Consider it an honor, the spirit of his father Sakumo commented with dry humor. How many shinobi get to command a division alongside their deceased parent? As the sun rose fully over Konoha, illuminating a village transformed overnight by divine politics and the emergence of spiritual forces, Naruto stood on the Hokage Tower's roof with his closest allies. Sasuke and Hinata flanked him physically while his mother's spirit hovered nearby, the four of them forming a tableau that seemed to represent the new reality taking shape, living and dead, divine and mortal, all working in concert toward a shared purpose. 3 months to prepare for whatever comes next, Naruto mused, watching as the village awakened to discover legends walking among them. It doesn't seem like much time. It isn't, Kushina agreed. But you won't face it alone. He felt Hinata's hand slip into his, her touch grounding him as the weight of prophecy and divine expectation pressed upon his shoulders. The golden glow of her evolved Byakugan resonated with his Rinnegan, creating a harmony of energies that felt right in ways he couldn't fully articulate. Together, she said simply, the word carrying promise and determination in equal measure. Sasuke nodded his agreement, his own eyes reflecting the complex heritage he was only beginning to understand. Whatever comes, we face it on our terms. Not theirs. As Naruto looked out over the village he'd sworn to protect, now with an army of legends at his command and divine power flowing through his veins, he felt not triumph or ambition but rather a profound sense of responsibility. The crown upon his brow, once strange and foreign, now felt like a natural extension of himself, not a symbol of authority over others, but a reminder of duty to those he served. The son of shadows stands in the light, Kushina observed quietly, pride evident in her spectral features. Just as I always knew you would. With the rising sun warm upon his face and the shadows of the underworld flowing through his blood, Naruto Uzumaki embraced his dual nature, bridge between worlds, commander of the dead, protector of the living. Whatever choices the prophecy demanded would come in time, but for now, he had found his path forward. The army of fallen legends stood ready. Their commander had arrived. Chapter 3, Divine Reckoning. 3 months passed like a fleeting dream. Konoha transformed under the watchful eyes of the Twilight Guard, as the living and dead worked in unprecedented harmony. The village's borders now shimmered with protective seals crafted by Mito Uzumaki's spirit, while training grounds resonated with the clash of legendary techniques as heroes of old shared their knowledge with a new generation. Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, overlooking it all. The crown of Erebus sat comfortably on his brow, no longer a foreign artifact but an extension of himself. At his side, the rod of dominion thrummed with power, responding to his emotions like a living thing. "Admiring your handiwork?" Sasuke approached from behind, his footsteps deliberately audible, a courtesy between warriors. "Admiring everyone's handiwork," Naruto corrected. "This wasn't just me." In truth, the changes had been a collective effort. Tsunade had masterfully integrated the spirit forces into Konoha's defense structure, while Kakashi coordinated intelligence gathered from both mortal and divine realms. Hinata had established a training program for shinobi with dormant divine bloodlines, awakening subtle gifts in clan members across the village. Sasuke himself had been instrumental, despite his increasingly frequent absences. His connections to Poseidon's realm had yielded valuable insights into oceanic divine politics, creating a tentative channel of communication with the sea god's court. "The 3 months are nearly up," Sasuke observed, coming to stand beside him. "The divine factions will expect your answer soon." Naruto nodded. "They've already started gathering representatives. Artemis arrived yesterday, and Poseidon's emissaries have been circling the coastline for a week." "And the Titans?" "Strangely quiet," Naruto admitted. "Our intelligence network has detected minimal movement from their agents. It's concerning." What he didn't say was how the quiet felt deliberate, a stillness before a storm. His mother's spirit had warned him that Titans operated on longer timescales, their patience extending centuries when necessary. "How's the seal?" Naruto asked, nodding toward Sasuke's collarbone where the tracking mark pulsed with faint yellow light. Sasuke's expression darkened. "Spreading. The suppression techniques they provided only slow its progress." He pulled down his collar, revealing how the hourglass symbol had expanded, tendrils of golden energy creeping along his chakra pathways. "Hinata estimates another month before it reaches critical organs." "We'll find a solution," Naruto promised, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Every divine expert they'd consulted, from his father's realm, from Olympus, even from neutral pantheons, had confirmed the same grim prognosis. The mark was a divine claiming, designed to gradually convert its bearer into a vessel for Titan influence. Sasuke changed the subject. "How's your training progressing? Mastered all 6 paths yet?" "5, Naruto replied. "The outer path still eludes me. Creating life from nothing, it goes against fundamental laws even gods must respect." 5 out of 6 isn't bad, Sasuke observed dryly. Most shinobi would kill for a fraction of that power. Before Naruto could respond, a familiar presence materialized beside them, Kushina's spirit, her form more substantial now after months of adaptation to the mortal realm. "Sorry to interrupt," she said, though her expression suggested the matter was urgent. "We've detected unusual energy fluctuations at the northeastern border. Divine signatures unlike anything we've catalogued before." "Titans?" Naruto asked. "No," Kushina replied, concern evident in her transparent features. "Something older." The first Hokage described it as primordial chakra when his scout team reported back. Sasuke tensed. "Primordial? Like before the division of divine pantheons?" Kushina nodded grimly. "We should investigate immediately." Naruto turned to Sasuke. "Assemble a response team. I want the second Hokage, Tsukumo, and Mito ready to move in 10 minutes. "And Hinata?" Sasuke asked. "Alert her, but have her coordinate from the command center. Her Byakugan's remote viewing will be more valuable than having her in potential danger." The protectiveness in his voice was unmistakable. Over the past months, their relationship had deepened beyond comrades or friends, evolving into something neither had fully defined but both cherished. As Sasuke departed to gather the team, Kushina studied her son with motherly concern. "You look tired, Naruto." When did you last rest properly? I'll rest when we're not caught between divine factions playing cosmic chess with our world as the board, he replied, offering a small smile to soften his words. Your father worried the same way, Kushina observed. Always carrying the weight of entire realms on his shoulders. But even Hades sleeps occasionally. I doubt that, Naruto countered. Speaking of which, has he responded to our latest communication? The agreement with Olympus had established strictly regulated channels through which Naruto could contact his father without triggering divine protocols. Still, Hades' responses came infrequently, bound by ancient laws even he couldn't easily circumvent. Nothing new, Kushina admitted. But he warned this might happen as the deadline approached. Too much direct communication between elder gods and their mortal children attracts attention from forces beyond even Zeus's authority. Convenient timing, Naruto muttered. Perhaps not coincidental, his mother suggested. Power recognizes power, and yours has grown remarkably these past months. The Rinnegan's evolution hasn't gone unnoticed in other realms. She wasn't exaggerating. Under the sage's tutelage, Naruto's control over the Rinnegan had expanded dramatically. The Deva path now allowed him to manipulate gravitational forces with precision that bordered on artistry. The Asura path had transformed his understanding of the boundary between flesh and machine, enabling partial mechanization of his own body during combat. The Preta path's absorption techniques had saved countless lives during a tsunami triggered by divine conflict off the coast. The human path had revealed secrets hidden even from the dead, while the Naraka path had evolved from simple necromancy to complex soul manipulation. Only the outer path, creation itself, remained beyond his grasp. We should move, Naruto decided, setting aside philosophical concerns for immediate action. Whatever these energy fluctuations signify, I'd rather confront them directly than wait for them to reach Konoha. Together, they descended from the monument to the village below, where the Twilight Guard's headquarters hummed with activity. The integration of spiritual and living forces had created a defense system unlike anything the Shinobi world had seen before. Ghost-like scouts reported to tactical officers in real time, while sealing experts collaborated across the boundary of death, combining techniques separated by generations. Inside the command center, a three-dimensional map of Fire Country glowed with markers indicating detected anomalies. A cluster of pulsing red indicators highlighted the northeastern border region Kushina had mentioned. Hinata stood before the display, her evolved Byakugan active, golden light illuminating the veins around her eyes. Over the months, her divine heritage had manifested more prominently, her natural chakra now tinged with golden energy that amplified her clan's techniques beyond their traditional limitations. I can sense them, she reported as Naruto entered. 5 major power signatures, surrounded by lesser entities. They're moving slowly but deliberately toward Konoha. Can you identify them? Naruto asked, joining her at the map. She shook her head. They're masked somehow. When I focus directly on them, my vision blurs. It's like trying to stare at the sun. Tsunade entered the room, accompanied by Kakashi and several elite jonin. We've received reports from border villages. People falling into deep sleep before these entities arrive, waking with no memory but experiencing accelerated aging. Life force absorption, Kushina suggested. A technique favored by certain primordial entities that predate modern pantheons. Titans? Kakashi asked. Possibly, she conceded. Though classical titans typically consume divine energy rather than mortal life force. Unless they're starving, Naruto realized, connections forming rapidly. Cut off from divine sources, they might adapt to feed on whatever's available. Sasuke arrived with the requested spirits, the second Hokage's analytical presence, Tsukumo Hataki's tactical expertise, and Mito Uzumaki's sealing knowledge. The response team is assembled, he reported. 20 living shinobi, 40 spirit allies, balanced for reconnaissance and combat capabilities. Naruto nodded approval. We leave immediately. Our objective is identification and containment, not engagement unless absolutely necessary. I should accompany you, Hinata insisted, stepping away from the map. If these are primordial entities, my Byakugan might be our best tool for understanding what we're facing. Naruto hesitated, protective instinct warring with tactical sense. Their connection had grown so deep that the thought of her in danger physically pained him. Yet he couldn't deny the logic of her argument. She's right, Sasuke interceded. Apollo's bloodline grants protection against certain primordial influences. The golden evolution of her Byakugan might be exactly what we need. After a moment, Naruto nodded. All right. But you stay with the command unit, behind our front lines. Hinata's expression suggested she might argue, but instead she nodded her agreement. The past months had taught them both the value of compromise, especially when preparing for unknown threats. One more thing, Mito's spirit interjected. I've prepared containment seals based on what we know of primordial entities. They combine Uzumaki techniques with adaptations of the binding arrays used during the original Titan imprisonment. She produced spectral scrolls that nevertheless held physical substance, one of the unique abilities that made her spirit so valuable to their operations. Each requires a living person and a spirit to activate in tandem. The duality creates a barrier primordial beings struggle to comprehend. Brilliant, Tsunade acknowledged. Her relationship with her grandmother's spirit had evolved into profound professional respect alongside familial love. We'll distribute them to paired teams. Within the hour, they were moving through Fire Country's dense forests, a combined force of the living and dead advancing in formation toward the detected anomalies. Naruto led personally, the rod of dominion thrumming with growing intensity as they approached the disturbances. The boundary between realms thins ahead, Tsukumo reported, his spiritual senses detecting subtle shifts invisible to most of the living. Whatever's coming through, it's creating passage rather than using existing pathways. Forced entry, Sasuke muttered. Not a good sign. They arrived at a village that should have been bustling with midday activity but instead lay utterly silent. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, no humans moved through the streets. Everyone's alive, Hinata confirmed, scanning with her Byakugan. But in some kind of stasis. Their chakra flows at 1/10 normal rate. Preservation, the second Hokage's spirit observed clinically. Whatever's feeding on them wants the source to last. Naruto expanded his senses, reaching out with the Naraka path to feel the soul signatures of the affected villagers. They're still present, but diminished. Like echoes rather than full souls. We need to establish a perimeter, Tsukumo advised. Whatever did this could return. Naruto nodded, directing teams to strategic positions around the village. As they moved to comply, a tremor ran through the earth beneath their feet. Not a natural earthquake, but something rhythmic, like massive footsteps approaching from beyond the horizon. There, Hinata whispered, her golden-tinged eyes fixed on the northern forest edge. They're coming. The trees parted as if gently pushed aside by invisible hands. From the forest emerged 5 towering figures, each 3 times human height. Their forms seemed composed of living shadow interwoven with golden light, creating an effect like eclipse coronas in vaguely humanoid shape. Around them swarmed smaller entities, child-sized beings of pure golden energy that darted through the air like malevolent fireflies. Primordial titans, Mito identified, her spiritual form becoming more transparent in their presence, a defensive reaction. Specifically, children of Nyx and Erebus from before the First Divine War. Night and darkness, Kushina translated. Progenitors of shadow realms that existed before Hades claimed his kingdom. The leading entity paused at the village edge, its corona face turning toward their position with terrible precision. When it spoke, the sound bypassed their ears entirely, manifesting directly in their minds. The bridge-eyed one approaches. As foretold. Naruto stepped forward, rod of dominion planted firmly before him. I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hades, commander of the Twilight Guard. State your purpose in this realm. The entity's corona flickered, its equivalent of amusement. Purpose needs no statement when hunger drives action. We feed. We grow. We reclaim what was stolen when the upstart gods divided reality according to their limited vision. These people are under my protection, Naruto declared, allowing the Rinnegan to activate fully, its concentric purple rings glowing with intensity. Release them and return to your own realm. Our realm is all realms, child of shadow. Before boundaries existed, primordial forces flowed freely through infinite space. Your father and his kin created artificial divisions, cosmic walls to contain what they feared. As it spoke, the smaller entities, which Mito identified as Dream Eaters, began darting toward the unconscious villagers, apparently intending to resume feeding. With a gesture from Naruto, spirit barriers manifested around the buildings, temporarily blocking their advance. Impressive control of the dead, the primordial acknowledged. But futile resistance. The prophecy unfolds as written in the spaces between stars. The bridge-eyed one shall open all paths, whether by choice or by force. What prophecy? Naruto demanded, though he already suspected the answer. The prophecy of undoing. When Shadow's child opens eyes that bridge worlds, all divisions shall dissolve. Reality returns to primal state. Glorious chaos reigns once more. Sasuke stepped forward. That's a convenient interpretation. The version we heard mentioned choice, rebuilding or remaking. The primordial entity's attention shifted to Sasuke, its corona narrowing with focus. The claimed one speaks. Your new master approaches, little ocean blood. His prison weakens with each passing day. I have no master, Sasuke snapped, though Naruto noticed his hand instinctively covering the tracking seal, which pulsed more brightly in the primordial's presence. The mark says otherwise. Chrono selected you personally, a vessel worthy of his partial essence until the full liberation comes. Naruto's heart sank as pieces clicked into place. The tracking seal wasn't just monitoring Sasuke, it was preparing him as a temporary host for the Titan King's consciousness. Enough talk, he declared, channeling chakra through the rod of dominion. You will release these people and depart, or we will force your removal. The lead primordial's corona expanded, darkness and light interweaving more rapidly. Force. You understand nothing of force, godling. We existed before force had definition. With those words, it raised a limb of shadow and light. The air itself seemed to tear open behind the five entities, revealing a swirling void of pure chaos, neither dark nor light but the absence of coherent reality itself. From this void emerged new figures, humanoid but wrong, their proportions distorted, their features constantly shifting between states of matter. Our children hunger, the primordial announced. Feed them, and perhaps we discuss terms. Resist, and they consume indiscriminately. Naruto exchanged glances with Sasuke and Hinata, a lifetime of teamwork allowing silent communication of intent. Then he turned to the spirits of his legion. Defensive formation Alpha, he commanded. Protect the villagers at all costs. The spirits moved with perfect coordination, their spectral forms hardening as they drew on Naruto's power through the connection of the Naraka path. The living shinobi took complementary positions, creating a multi-layered defense around the village. Sasuke, Naruto continued, containment protocol on the void gate. Hinata, coordinate with Mito on the ceiling arrays. As his companions moved to execute their roles, Naruto addressed the primordials directly. This is your final warning. Close your gate and release your hold on these people. Otherwise, we demonstrate why even ancient entities should fear the modern world. The primordials' response was immediate and devastating. The Dream Eaters swarmed forward in a golden tide, while their distorted offspring lurched from the Chaos Gate with hungry purpose. The lead primordial itself seemed to expand, shadow and light separating then recombining in complex patterns that hurt the eye to follow. Demonstrate, it challenged. Show us what the diminished age has produced. Naruto didn't hesitate. Deva Path, Universal Pull. He reversed the traditional application, instead of drawing objects toward himself, he pulled his allies away from the primordial's initial onslaught, creating tactical distance. Simultaneously, he activated the Azura path, transforming his right arm into a complex mechanism that gathered ambient chakra from the environment. The spirits of the first and second Hokage moved in perfect tandem, their spectral forms manipulating wood and water in combinations impossible for the living to achieve. Massive wooden barriers erupted from the ground, reinforced by water techniques that instantly froze into ice upon contact with the Dream Eaters. Sasuke engaged the distorted offspring, his Sharingan evolved into something new, concentric waves surrounding the traditional Tomo pattern. Ocean God's Vengeance, he called, drawing moisture from the air itself to create pressurized water spears that pinned several creatures to the earth. Hinata, despite Naruto's instruction to stay with the command unit, had moved to protect a cluster of houses where children lay vulnerable. Her evolved Byakugan allowed her to perceive the Dream Eater's true forms beneath their golden glow, revealing critical weak points where Apollo's light techniques would be most effective. Solar Rejection, she intoned, her hands weaving unfamiliar signs that caused golden chakra to erupt from her tenketsu points. The light formed geometric patterns around her, each intersection creating a beam that pierced through Dream Eaters with surgical precision. For a moment, it seemed their coordinated defense might establish equilibrium. Then the lead primordial made a simple gesture, and reality itself bent around them. Enough observation, it communicated. The time of feeding advances to harvest. The ground beneath their feet transformed from solid earth to something semi-liquid, hampering movement. The air thickened, making breathing laborious. Most distressingly, the boundaries between living and dead began to blur, spirits finding themselves partially materialized in painful configurations, while living shinobi experienced a disturbing sense of their souls loosening from their bodies. They're manipulating fundamental boundaries, Mito's spirit called in warning. Primordial entities exist before the laws of physics crystallized, they remember when reality was malleable. Naruto recognized the existential danger immediately. If these beings could dissolve the distinction between states of matter, between living and dead, between soul and body, conventional combat tactics would fail entirely. He needed something equally fundamental. Something that operated on the level of reality itself. Everyone fall back to secondary positions, he ordered. Mito, Hinata, the sealing array, now. As his forces reorganized, Naruto planted the rod of dominion into the ground before him. The Rinnegan burned with intensity as he simultaneously activated multiple paths, Deva to stabilize local gravity, Preta to absorb foreign energies, Naraka to reinforce the boundary between life and death. Sasuke, he called. I need water, as much as you can generate. Understanding instantly, Sasuke created a massive sphere of water above the battlefield, drawing from underground sources and atmospheric moisture simultaneously. The effort made the tracking seal on his collarbone flare painfully, golden tendrils spreading visibly up his neck. Naruto raised his hands toward the water sphere. Combined path technique, reality anchor. The water transformed, becoming a perfect mirror that reflected not the physical world but the proper order of reality itself. Where the primordials had created distortion, the mirror showed correct physical laws. Where boundaries had been blurred, the mirror reflected proper separation. Mito and Hinata worked in perfect synchronization, the elder's spiritual knowledge combining with the younger's evolved Byakugan to create a sealing array that expanded beneath the mirror. Golden light from Hinata's Apollo-touched chakra wove through Mito's spectral Uzumaki sealing chains, creating a pattern that encircled the primordials and their offspring. The array is ready, Hinata called, sweat beading on her forehead from the exertion. But we need more power to activate against entities this ancient. Draw from me, Naruto offered immediately. All of you, take what you need. He became a conduit, channeling chakra through the Rinnegan, through the rod of dominion, through his connection to both divine heritage and the nine tails sealed within him. Power flowed from him in visible waves, empowering spirits to greater materialization and enhancing the living with divine-touched energy. The primordials recognized the threat, their corona faces displaying patterns that translated as alarm. The bridge dissolves us. Children, to the gate. Their distorted offspring lurched toward the chaos void, while Dream Eaters swarmed in protective formations around the 5 ancient entities. The lead primordial raised both limbs, attempting to tear reality further, to escape the sealing array's closing perimeter. Now! Naruto commanded. Hinata and Mito activated the array simultaneously, golden light and spiritual chains erupting from the complex pattern. The reflection from Sasuke's water mirror amplified the effect, creating a dome of purifying energy that forced reality back into proper alignment within its boundaries. The primordials screamed, not in sound but in conceptual discord that manifested as painful static in every mind within miles. Their forms began compressing, the chaotic interplay of shadow and light forced into more definite shapes by the sealing array's influence. This changes nothing, the lead entity projected desperately. We are merely harbingers. Chronos rises with the next moon. The bridge-eyed one shall face choice regardless. With a final conceptual scream, the 5 primordials and their remaining offspring were dragged back through the chaos gate, which sealed itself with an audible reality snap that left absolute silence in its wake. For several heartbeats, no one moved. Then, gradually, sounds returned to the world. Birds cautiously resumed singing. Insects buzzed. And within the village houses, people began to stir from their enforced slumber. We did it, Hinata whispered, dropping to her knees in exhaustion. They're gone. Naruto released the reality anchor technique, allowing Sasuke's water sphere to dissipate in a gentle rainfall over the battlefield. The effort had drained him significantly, but the victory brought momentary elation that overshadowed fatigue. Not gone, Mito's spirit cautioned, examining residual energies with experienced perception. Merely banished temporarily. The ceiling will not hold entities of that age for long. But we bought time, Naruto countered, moving to help Hinata to her feet. And gained critical intelligence. Sasuke approached, his expression troubled. The tracking seal had expanded visibly during the battle, golden tendrils now reaching his jaw. They confirmed what we suspected about Chronos and this mark. With the next moon, Hinata quoted softly. That's 3 days from now. Kushina's spirit, which had been monitoring the wider perimeter during the battle, rejoined them with urgency. We need to return to Konoha immediately. Multiple divine signals are converging there, Olympians, oceanic forces, even representatives of minor pantheons. They felt the primordials, Naruto realized. This display of power has accelerated the timeline. The journey back to Konoha was tense, with wounded to transport and newly awakened villagers requiring medical attention. By the time they reached the village gates, the sun was setting, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for Naruto like supplicants seeking their lord. Tsunade met them at the entrance, her expression grim. While you were handling the primordial incursion, we received formal communication from Olympus. The council demands your presence immediately for what they're calling final deliberation regarding the prophecy. Convenient timing, Sasuke muttered. There's more, Tsunade continued. Poseidon has declared his domain off-limits to all shinobi forces until further notice. And we've detected massive energy disruptions in the land of rivers, something is physically changing the landscape there. Chronos, Naruto said with certainty. The primordials were right, he's making his move with the next full moon. They gathered in the Hokage's office, where a war council of both living and dead assembled to address the escalating crisis. Maps displayed troubling patterns, divine energy convergences, unexplained phenomena, and civilian disappearances forming a distinct spiral pattern centered on a previously unremarkable valley in the land of rivers. The reports describe landscape transformations, Kakashi explained, pointing to affected areas. Rivers flowing backward, mountains sinking into plains while flatlands rise into peaks. Reality itself being rewritten. Classic signs of a titan stirring, Kushina confirmed. Chronos holds dominion over time, but that influence extends to physical space as well, the two being fundamentally connected in primordial understanding. What about the Olympian summons? Naruto asked. Delivered by Hermes himself, Tsunade replied. They're gathering their full council, all 12 major gods plus representatives from allied pantheons. They're calling it the Concordat of Realms. A fancy name for a desperate attempt to maintain control, Sasuke observed cynically. They're terrified that Kronos might actually break free. With good reason, the first Hokage's spirit interjected. The historical records in Lord Hades' archives describe the last Titan War in apocalyptic terms. Entire continents were reshaped. Species eradicated. The very concepts of time and space became unstable for generations. Naruto considered their options, acutely aware that every eye in the room, living and dead, looked to him for direction. In 3 short months, he had evolved from confused teenager to commander of forces spanning multiple realms. The weight of that responsibility pressed upon him like his crown had become lead. We need more information before committing to any course of action, he decided. Sasuke, what's the status of your oceanic contacts? Can we get clarification on Poseidon's sudden isolationism? Sasuke shifted uncomfortably. My last communication channel went silent yesterday. But before it did, my contact warned that Poseidon was preparing the deep trenches for war, and securing his realm against cosmic dissolution. Meaning he expects catastrophic damage and is focusing on protecting his own domain rather than fighting alongside others, Kakashi translated. Typical, Kushina commented. The elder gods often retreat to their strongest holdings when truly threatened. What about my father? Naruto asked her. Any response from the underworld? Kushina's expression softened with concern. Nothing direct. But there's been unprecedented activity at known entrances to the death realms. Spirits report that Lord Hades is strengthening the foundations of his kingdom and gathering ancient weapons from the dawn vaults. Also preparing for war, Hinata observed quietly. But separately from his brothers. The implications were sobering. If even the elder gods were retreating to defensive positions rather than presenting a united front. We need to know exactly what this prophecy says, Naruto decided. Not fragments or interpretations, but the complete text. Only then can we make informed decisions. The Oracle of Delphi holds the original utterance, Mito suggested. But accessing Apollo's priestess would require traveling to Olympian sacred grounds, difficult under normal circumstances, nearly impossible during divine lockdown. There might be another way, Hinata said hesitantly. All eyes turned to her as she continued. The golden evolution of my Byakugan, it's been showing me fragments of possible futures. Glimpses of what might come. If I could somehow focus this ability, direct it specifically toward the prophecy. Dangerous, Kushina warned immediately. Forcing prophetic visions can damage both mind and soul. Apollo's gift comes with significant risks when deliberately channeled. But possible? Naruto pressed, hating himself for considering it but knowing they needed every advantage. Theoretically, Mito acknowledged. With proper support from both divine and spiritual sources. I could design a focusing array to stabilize the connection while minimizing backlash. No, Naruto decided after a moment's thought. The risk to Hinata is too great. We'll find another approach. Hinata met his gaze directly, her gentle determination unwavering. This isn't your decision alone, Naruto. If I can help protect everything we care about by taking a calculated risk, that's my choice to make. She's right, Sasuke supported unexpectedly. We're past the point where safety can be the primary concern. If Kronos breaks free, nowhere and no one will be safe anyway. Naruto recognized the truth in their words, though it twisted his heart to acknowledge it. I don't like it. But if you're certain. I am, Hinata confirmed. Then we proceed with maximum precautions, he insisted. Full spiritual monitoring, medical support ready, and immediate termination if anything seems wrong. Preparations began immediately. Mito's spirit designed a complex array combining Uzumaki sealing techniques with elements derived from Apollo's traditional oracular chambers. Tsunade assembled her best medical team, while Sakura, recently returned from a diplomatic mission, volunteered to monitor Hinata's physical condition during the attempt. Sasuke, meanwhile, grew increasingly agitated as evening approached. The tracking seal pulsed with painful intensity, forcing him to periodically step away from planning sessions when the discomfort became overwhelming. "It's getting worse," he admitted privately to Naruto when they found a moment alone. "I can hear whispers now. A voice suggesting actions, offering power if I'll just listen." Naruto studied his friend with growing concern. The golden tendrils had reached Sasuke's left eye, creating unnatural patterns around the Sharingan. "How much time do you think you have before it takes control?" 3 days. Maybe less. Sasuke's expression hardened with characteristic determination. "Which means we need to complete our mission before then. Whatever the cost." Night had fallen by the time the prophetic focusing array was completed in a secure chamber beneath the Hokage Tower. Ancient symbols glowed with soft blue chakra along the walls and floor, centered on a simple chair where Hinata would sit during the attempt. "The array works on principles of divine resonance," Mito explained to the assembled team. Hinata's evolved Byakugan naturally attunes to Apollo's prophetic domain. This setup merely amplifies that connection while providing spiritual anchors to prevent her consciousness from becoming lost in potential futures. "I'll be monitoring her life signs constantly," Sakura assured Naruto, sensing his anxiety. "At the first sign of dangerous strain, we terminate immediately." Naruto nodded, then approached Hinata who stood calmly at the array's edge. "You don't have to do this," he said softly, taking her hands in his. "We could find another way." She smiled that gentle smile that had become his anchor through months of divine politics and cosmic threats. "There isn't time for another way. Besides," her golden-touched eyes met his Rinnegan without fear, "I've seen fragments of what's coming. I need to see the complete picture if we're to have any chance." Before he could respond, she leaned forward and kissed him, their first, despite the deepening connection they'd shared. The contact was brief but conveyed everything words couldn't express about fear, determination, and something deeper that had grown between them. "For luck," she whispered as they parted. Then, with composed dignity, she moved to the center of the array and took her seat in the simple chair. Mito's spirit directed the other spiritual anchors, including several Hyuga ancestors, to their positions around the perimeter. "Begin," Hinata said softly. Mito activated the array with a complex sequence of hand signs. The symbols glowed brighter, then shifted from blue to gold as they responded to Hinata's unique chakra signature. The young woman activated her Byakugan, golden light immediately suffusing the veins around her eyes with unprecedented intensity. "Connection established," Mito reported. "Apollo's domain acknowledges the bloodline call." For several minutes, nothing seemed to happen beyond the steady glow of the array. Then Hinata gasped, her back arching as her eyes widened with an influx of visions. "I see, fragments becoming whole," she whispered, voice distant as if speaking from great depths. "Words written in light across possible futures." "Guide her to the prophecy specifically," Mito instructed the spiritual anchors. "Focus her sight on the bridge between worlds." Hinata's breathing became rapid, her pulse visibly racing at her throat. So many paths, branching possibilities. Each choice creating new realities. "Focus on the prophecy of undoing," Naruto called to her, instinctively knowing this would help center her search. "Find its original utterance." Her expression cleared momentarily, golden eyes fixing on something beyond mortal perception. "I see it, carved in light upon Apollo's sanctuary wall, the full prophecy." "Read it," Mito encouraged gently. "Share what is written." In a voice that resonated with harmonic overtones, Hinata began to recite, "When Shadow's child opens eyes that bridge worlds, the imprisoned shall strain their bonds, the divine order shall tremble, and the veil between realms shall thin unto tearing. Choice shall fall to Shadow's child, to mend the sundered cosmos or remake it anew. Both God and mortal yet neither fully, the bridge-eyed one alone may walk between. 3 paths lie before the chosen one, surrender the divine gift and restore ancient barriers, embrace godhood and reshape reality to new design, or stand as eternal guardian at the threshold of worlds. Each path demands sacrifice beyond mortal understanding. Blood of the beloved, tears of the divine parent, power freely given rather than taken or kept. Only through loss can balance be restored. When moon stands full in the valley of convergence, the Titan King shall reach across broken chains, seeking the eyes that bridge his prison walls. In that moment, all futures narrow to a single point of choice. Beware the vessel prepared through golden corruption, the closest ally marked as Kronos' voice. What begins as whisper becomes command, unless shadow and light unite in perfect harmony. As the final words left her lips, Hinata collapsed forward. Sakura rushed to her side, medical chakra already glowing around her hands as she assessed her friend's condition. "She's stable," Sakura reported after tense moments. "Extreme chakra depletion, but no permanent damage to her pathways." Naruto barely heard the reassurance, his mind racing to process the complete prophecy. Particularly disturbing were the lines about blood of the beloved and the vessel prepared through golden corruption, clear references to Hinata and Sasuke. The Valley of Convergence, Sasuke noted, breaking the heavy silence. That must refer to the landscape changes in the land of rivers. Kronos is literally creating the prophesied location. And we now have confirmation of his intent regarding the Rinnegan, Kushina added grimly. Seeking the eyes that bridge his prison walls. He believes your Rinnegan can break his confinement, Naruto. 3 paths, the second Hokage's spirit mused analytically. Surrender the divine gift, embrace godhood, or stand as guardian. The prophecy offers specific options rather than vague possibilities. Tsunade, who had observed the entire process with professional detachment, now stepped forward. The critical information is the timing and location. 3 days from now, during the full moon, in this transformed valley. Whatever we decide, that's where the confrontation must happen. Hinata stirred weakly, her eyes fluttering open. The golden glow had dimmed significantly, though faint traces remained around her pupils. "Naruto," she whispered. "I saw more than the prophecy. I saw fragments of each possible outcome." He knelt beside her, taking her hand gently. "Rest now. We can discuss it when you've recovered." She shook her head with stubborn determination. "No time. Listen." Her voice strengthened with urgency. "If you surrender your divine gift, peace returns but at terrible cost. If you embrace full godhood, you gain power to reshape reality but lose your humanity entirely. And if you choose the guardian path." She trailed off, tears forming in her golden-touched eyes. "What happens on the guardian path?" Naruto pressed gently. "Eternal duty," she whispered. "Separated from both mortal and divine realms, existing between worlds forever. Never truly belonging to either." The implications hung heavy in the air. Each path represented a form of sacrifice, power, humanity, or connection to those he loved. The prophecy mentioned shadow and light uniting in perfect harmony, Sasuke observed, wincing as the tracking seal pulsed painfully. "That must refer to your powers combining with Hinata's somehow." "Apollo and Hades working through their descendants," Kushina agreed. "Light and darkness in balance." Naruto helped Hinata to a more comfortable position before addressing the group. "We have our information. Now we need a plan. Whatever happens in 3 days, we can't allow Kronos to break free completely. The Olympian summons complicates matters," Kakashi pointed out. "If you're meeting with the Divine Council, you can't simultaneously be in the Valley of Convergence." "Unless that's exactly what we want them to think," Naruto countered, strategy forming rapidly. "We use the summons as misdirection. While Olympus believes I'm considering their demands, our forces move to intercept Kronos at the critical moment." "Dangerous," Tsunade cautioned. "Deliberately misleading the Olympian Council could have severe diplomatic consequences." "If Kronos breaks free, diplomacy becomes irrelevant," Sasuke argued. "Besides, the prophecy clearly states this is Naruto's choice to make, not theirs." Plans formed and evolved throughout the night. Messenger spirits were dispatched to gather intelligence on the Valley of Convergence, returning with disturbing reports of reality distortions intensifying by the hour. The landscape had transformed into a perfect spiral centering on a newly formed crater, where temporal anomalies created visible distortions in the air itself. By dawn, Hinata had recovered enough to participate in tactical planning, though Sakura insisted she remain under medical observation. The prophecies warning about blood of the beloved cast a shadow over her involvement, yet she refused to be sidelined. If my blood is required for whatever solution we choose, that's a sacrifice I'm prepared to make, she stated simply when Naruto expressed his concerns. It won't come to that, he insisted, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Prophecies, as his father had warned, operated on multiple levels of meaning. Blood might be literal or metaphorical, there was no way to know until the moment arrived. Sasuke's condition deteriorated noticeably as preparations continued. The tracking seal now covered half his face, the golden corruption visibly altering his chakra network. During strategic discussions, he would occasionally fall silent mid-sentence, eyes distant as if listening to voices no one else could hear. We need to address the obvious, he said during a private moment with Naruto and Hinata. I'm becoming the vessel prepared through golden corruption mentioned in the prophecy. Within another day, I might not be fully in control of my actions. We're not giving up on you, Naruto stated flatly. I'm not asking you to, Sasuke replied with grim practicality. I'm telling you to prepare contingencies for when I inevitably become a liability. If necessary, you must be willing to neutralize me. There has to be another way, Hinata insisted. The prophecy mentioned shadow and light uniting as a counter to the corruption. We can't base our strategy on vague prophetic metaphors, Sasuke countered. We need concrete failsafes. In the end, they developed a multi-layered approach. Naruto would appear to comply with the Olympian summons, sending a specialized shadow clone reinforced with both chakra and divine energy, a technique he'd perfected under the sage's tutelage. Meanwhile, the real Naruto would lead combined forces to the Valley of Convergence, arriving before the prophesied moment. Hinata would coordinate with Mito on developing a sealing technique that might purge the golden corruption from Sasuke if applied at the critical moment. And Sasuke himself would undergo temporary binding seals that would activate automatically if his consciousness appeared to be suppressed by Kronos' influence. As preparations reached final stages, Hermes appeared at Konoha's gates, his divine presence announcing itself with subtle golden light and the scent of distant mountains. The council awaits the son of Hades, he proclaimed formally to Tsunade. The Concordat of Realms convenes at sunset tomorrow upon Mount Olympus itself. Naruto Uzumaki will attend as requested, Tsunade replied with equal formality. With appropriate escorts befitting his status. The messenger god nodded, then lowered his voice slightly. A personal word of advice, if I may. Zeus is agitated by recent primordial activities. The appearance of Nyx's children after so many eons has disturbed the entire pantheon. A conciliatory approach would be wise. Noted, Tsunade responded neutrally. After Hermes departed in a flash of golden light, she turned to Naruto who had observed the exchange from nearby shadows. They're scared, she assessed bluntly. Olympians don't offer personal advice unless they're genuinely concerned about outcomes. Good, Naruto replied. Fear might make them more receptive to alliance rather than dictating terms. The enhanced shadow clone was prepared with exceptional care, containing nearly 30% of Naruto's total chakra plus a significant portion of divine essence channeled through the crown of Erebus. When completed, the construct could maintain itself for up to 24 hours and possessed enough of Naruto's consciousness to engage convincingly in diplomatic exchanges. Remember, your role is to keep Olympus distracted until the critical moment passes, Naruto instructed his duplicate. After that, whether successful or not, we'll need their cooperation to address the aftermath. The clone nodded with his own face's determination. I understand. Delay, then recruit, by whatever means necessary. As sunset approached on the second day, final preparations were completed. The shadow clone departed for Mount Olympus with a small honor guard of both living and dead shinobi, maintaining the appearance of complying with the divine summons. Meanwhile, the main force mobilized toward the Valley of Convergence, traveling in smaller groups to avoid detection. Sasuke, Hinata, and Naruto formed the core team, accompanied by specialized units prepared for various contingencies. The spiritual division led by the first and second Hokages would establish a perimeter around the valley. Mito and other sealing experts would attempt to reinforce reality's fabric against Kronos' distortions. Combat units stood ready to engage whatever emerged from the weakening prison. They made camp that night in forests still untouched by the reality distortions ahead, though even here the air occasionally shimmered with unnatural patterns. While others rested, Naruto found a quiet clearing to meditate, connecting with the Rinnegan's deepest aspects, seeking guidance from the power that had transformed his life so completely. Troubled thoughts before battle? Kushina's spirit asked, materializing beside him. Trying to find clarity, he admitted. The prophecy offers 3 paths, but none without terrible cost. She settled beside him, her spectral form casting soft light in the darkness. Your father faced similar choices during the First Titan War. The burden of divine blood is often choosing between different forms of sacrifice. What would you do? He asked, craving the mother's guidance he'd missed throughout childhood. If you were in my position, facing these options? Kushina considered the question with appropriate gravity. I would remember what matters most to me. Power and position mean nothing compared to protecting those you love. Your father learned that when he chose me over divine politics. It cost him standing among his brothers, but he never regretted it. The guardian path, Naruto murmured. Standing between worlds, belonging to neither. Perhaps. Or perhaps the prophecy's meaning is not as literal as it appears. She smiled gently. Prophecies are like rivers, they reach their destinations regardless of obstacles, but the exact path taken can vary dramatically. That's not particularly reassuring, he noted with a small smile. It wasn't meant to be. Merely truthful. Her expression grew serious. Whatever you choose tomorrow, know that both your father and I support you completely. You've grown into someone far greater than either of us could have imagined, not because of divine heritage or legendary eyes, but because of your heart. The simple declaration meant more than any tactical advice could have. Naruto reached out, his hand passing through her spectral form yet somehow still feeling connected to her essence. Thank you, Mom. For everything. She smiled, love radiating from her transparent features. Get some rest, my son. Tomorrow will demand everything you have to give. Morning brought the full moon's approach, though it wouldn't reach its zenith until evening. The landscape before them had transformed beyond recognition overnight. What had once been a gentle valley had become a perfect spiral depression, the earth itself carved into concentric circles descending toward a central pit from which golden light pulsed in irregular patterns. Reality thinning, Mito observed as they surveyed from a nearby ridge. The barriers between Kronos' prison and our world are becoming permeable. Sasuke stood slightly apart, the tracking seal now covering most of his face and neck with golden corruption. His left eye had transformed entirely, the Sharingan's Tomo pattern now surrounded by concentric waves that pulsed in harmony with the light from the valley's center. He's awake, Sasuke reported, voice strained as if fighting internal resistance. I can hear him clearly now. He knows we're coming. Can you still fight it? Naruto asked, concern evident. For now. But when the moon reaches its zenith. He left the implication hanging. Hinata, whose Byakugan remained enhanced with golden light even at rest, scanned the valley carefully. There are gaps in my vision. Places where reality simply doesn't exist properly. And at the center, she paused, wincing. Something massive strains against fading constraints. Not physically present yet, but partially manifesting. Kronos, Naruto confirmed. Reaching through weakened barriers. They established their forces according to the carefully constructed plan. Spiritual divisions created a multi-layered perimeter around the valley, while sealing experts prepared reinforcement arrays at strategic points. Naruto, with Hinata and Sasuke, would approach the central pit directly when the time came, confronting Kronos at the moment of his attempted emergence. Throughout the day, reality deteriorations accelerated. Plant life near the valley twisted into impossible configurations. Animals fled in mass exoduses. The sky above the spiral depression developed visible fractures through which golden light occasionally blazed. By late afternoon, Naruto received confirmation that his shadow clone had successfully engaged with the Olympian Council, presenting arguments for collaborative approaches to the Titan threat rather than containment of the bridge-eyed one. Initial responses were mixed but not outright hostile, progress, considering the traditional Olympian stance toward powerful demigods. As sunset approached, Sasuke's condition deteriorated rapidly. The golden corruption spread across his entire face and down his chest, his transformed eye blazing with internal light. He fought for control with visible effort, occasionally lapsing into old tongue, the language of titans that none present could understand. "It's time," he managed between episodes. "Secure me before I lose control completely." With grim determination, Mito and Hinata applied the specialized binding seals they had prepared, divine constraints modified from Uzumaki techniques that would hopefully contain Kronos' influence once it fully manifested. Sasuke submitted to the process stoically, even as the seals caused visible pain where they contacted corrupted flesh. "Remember your promise," he told Naruto as the final seal was applied to his forehead. "If I turn completely, don't hesitate." Naruto clasped his friend's shoulder. "I'll save you," he vowed. "Whatever it takes." The moon rose full and heavy on the horizon, its light unnaturally golden as it reflected energies from the valley below. At its appearance, the central pit erupted with intensified activity, spatial distortions becoming visible to the naked eye as reality rippled like disturbed water. "It's beginning," Mito announced, spectral form fluctuating in response to cosmic forces. "The moment approaches when Kronos will attempt full manifestation through the weakened barriers." Naruto turned to his assembled forces, mortal and spirit alike. He had prepared no speech, yet words came naturally as he stood before them, the son of Hades, commander of the Twilight Guard, bridge between worlds. "Whatever happens in the next hours may reshape reality itself," he began, voice carrying clearly to all present. "We stand at a turning point between cosmic ages, a moment when ancient bonds weaken and new possibilities emerge. I cannot promise victory as we traditionally understand it. But I promise this, while we stand together, Kronos will not remake this world in his image. Reality may change, but not through tyranny and destruction." He activated his Rinnegan fully, the concentric purple rings glowing with intensity that matched the golden light from the valley. "Each of you serves by choice, a testament to what makes this realm worth preserving. The freedom to choose one's path, to forge connections that transcend even death. That is what we protect tonight." A respectful silence followed his words, broken only when Hinata stepped forward to stand beside him, her golden-enhanced Byakugan activated. "Shadow and light," she said softly, taking his hand. "In perfect harmony." The connection between them pulsed visibly, purple and gold energies intertwining where their hands joined. Something about this simple contact resonated with cosmic significance, as if fulfilling patterns established at creation's dawn. "It's time," Naruto announced, nodding to Mito who would coordinate the broader forces. "Begin the operation." They descended into the spiral valley, reality distorting more severely with each step toward the center. Gravity fluctuated unpredictably. Time itself seemed inconsistent, moments stretching or compressing without pattern. At their perimeter, spiritual forces established anchoring points that helped stabilize local conditions, creating a pathway for the central team to advance. Halfway to the pit, they encountered the first active resistance. Golden humanoid figures emerged from distortion points, similar to the Dream Eaters they had faced days earlier, but more substantial, more purposeful. These were not mindless feeders but coordinated guardians. Kronos' honor guard, Sasuke identified, the binding seals on his body glowing as they fought against the tracking mark's influence. Elite servants from his original court. The Golden Guardians attacked with weapons that manipulated time itself, slowing targets, accelerating decay, even reversing movement patterns. Conventional combat techniques proved initially ineffective against such fundamental manipulation. Deva Path, temporal stabilization, Naruto countered, extending his authority over local gravity to include temporal flow. The effort strained his control significantly, but created a bubble of normalized time around their group. Hinata adapted quickly, her evolved Byakugan identifying crucial vulnerabilities in the Guardian's manifestations. "They're not fully present in our reality," she reported. "Each has an anchor point, there, at the junction of their golden cores." With this insight, their advance resumed. Naruto employed the Azura path to create mechanical extensions capable of striking multiple guardians simultaneously. Hinata's gentle fist, enhanced with Apollo's light, disrupted the entity's temporal manipulation abilities. Even Sasuke contributed despite his deteriorating condition, his corrupted eye paradoxically granting insight into the Guardian's tactical patterns. They reached the edge of the central pit as moonlight intensified overhead. Below them stretched not a physical depression but a tear in reality itself, a window into another dimension where something massive and golden strained against crumbling barriers. Chronos. The Titan King's partial manifestation defied comprehension, a being of such cosmic scale that only fragments could be perceived. A hand larger than mountains. An eye that contained swirling galaxies. A crown of such conceptual weight that reality bent around it rather than supporting its existence. The bridge approaches, a voice resonated from the pit, bypassing ears to manifest directly in consciousness. The prophesied eyes that span divisions. Naruto planted the rod of dominion at the pit's edge, channeling his authority as Hades' son to stabilize local reality. "Chronos," he acknowledged. "You will not pass into this realm." Laughter rippled through time and space, causing momentary fluctuations in the surrounding landscape. Prohibition is meaningless at cosmic junctures, godling. Reality reconfigures regardless of preference. The only relevant factor is who directs the reconfiguration. "That's where you're wrong," Naruto countered. "This isn't about directing change, it's about preserving balance between realms. The divisions exist for reason." "Divisions created by usurpers," Chronos responded. "My children imposed artificial constraints upon infinite possibility. Before their rebellion, all existed in harmonious chaos, potential unlimited by arbitrary boundaries." As they spoke, Sasuke dropped to his knees, the binding seals flaring as they fought against the tracking mark's accelerating influence. Golden corruption spread visibly along his chakra network, approaching critical junctions near his heart. "He's using our conversation to strengthen his connection to Sasuke," Hinata warned, her Byakugan tracking the corruption spread. "We need to act now." Naruto nodded grimly. This was the moment prophesied, when Moon stood full above the Valley of Convergence. When all futures narrowed to a single point of choice. "Chronos," he called, activating all 5 mastered paths of the Rinnegan simultaneously. "I offer you terms." Another ripple of cosmic amusement. Terms. From one barely emerged from mortal limitations. Fascinating presumption. Not presumption. Authority. Naruto channeled power through the rod of dominion, creating a localized field where communication could proceed more directly. As son of Hades, wielder of the Rinnegan, and bridge between realms, I possessed the unique position to negotiate cosmic reconfiguration. The massive presence in the pit shifted, fragments of its incomprehensible form realigning to focus more completely on Naruto. "Speak then, bridge-eyed one. What terms would you presume to offer the Titan King?" "A new division of cosmic authority," Naruto proposed. "Not the complete dissolution of boundaries, but controlled permeability between realms. Regulated exchange rather than absolute separation or chaotic merger. Exchange benefits existing power structures," Chronos dismissed. "I seek fundamental reconfiguration, return to the original state of unbounded potential. Which would destroy everything currently existing in all realms, Naruto countered. Trillions of lives, countless civilizations across multiple dimensions, all sacrificed for your philosophical preference. Individual existences are temporary regardless, the Titan responded with cosmic indifference. All return to primordial chaos eventually. I merely accelerate the inevitable. While this exchange continued, Hinata had moved to Sasuke's side, her hands glowing with the golden light of Apollo's bloodline as she attempted to slow the corruption spread. The tracking mark responded aggressively, golden tendrils lashing out to entangle her arms when they made contact. Naruto, she called in warning as the corruption began spreading to her. It's adapting. The moment had come. The prophecies threads converged on this single point in time and space. Naruto stood at the nexus of possibilities, the three paths before him now painfully clear: surrender his divine gift, the Rinnegan and connection to Hades, removing Kronos' ability to use him as a bridge but losing the power needed to effectively oppose cosmic threats. Embrace full godhood, accepting the mantle of divine authority with power to reshape reality but sacrificing his humanity and connections to the mortal world he sought to protect. Or stand as eternal guardian at the threshold of worlds, neither fully mortal nor completely divine, forever maintaining balance between realms but never truly belonging to either. You delay unnecessarily, Kronos observed. The vessel nears completion. When his transformation finalizes, I gain physical presence in your realm regardless of your choice. Indeed, Sasuke had begun levitating slightly, golden energy surrounding him completely as the binding seals failed one by one. Hinata struggled against corruption spreading up her arms, her evolved Byakugan flickering as it fought the invasive influence. Blood of the beloved, the prophecy had warned. Tears of the divine parent. Power freely given rather than taken or kept. Understanding crystallized in Naruto's mind. Not surrender. Not ascension. But synthesis. I choose the path between paths, he declared, stepping to the absolute edge of the reality tear. Neither surrender nor embrace, but transformation. He reached back toward Hinata with one hand while extending the other toward the manifestation of Kronos below. Shadow and light in perfect harmony. Understanding his intent instinctively, Hinata fought through the corruption's pain to grasp his outstretched hand. The moment their fingers connected, golden light surged from her evolved Byakugan, racing along her arm to meet the purple energy of Naruto's Rinnegan flowing in the opposite direction. Where the energies met, a new power formed, neither light nor shadow but something transcendent that contained elements of both. This harmonized force flowed through their joined hands, collecting in Naruto's extended arm that reached toward Kronos. What is this? The Titan demanded, the first note of uncertainty entering his cosmic voice. Balance, Naruto answered simply. Not division. Not dissolution. True equilibrium between opposing forces. With this declaration, he activated the sixth path of the Rinnegan, the outer path that had eluded his mastery until this moment. Creation itself responded to the harmonized energy flowing through him, manifesting as golden purple chains that shot from his extended hand into the reality tear. Impossible, Kronos protested as the chains began binding his partially manifested form. The outer path cannot be wielded by one with mortal limitations. I don't wield it alone, Naruto replied, drawing strength from Hinata's unwavering support as her bloodline harmonized with his. Shadow and light together create something neither could achieve separately. The harmonized chains multiplied exponentially, weaving through dimensional barriers to encircle the Titan King's cosmic form. Unlike the original imprisoning bonds created by Zeus and his siblings, bonds of pure restriction, these new constraints were adaptive, responsive, almost alive in their complexity. Not imprisonment, Naruto explained as understanding of his own creation flowed through him. Containment with purpose. Your power and knowledge preserved but channeled constructively rather than destructively. You cannot comprehend what you attempt, Kronos warned, struggling against the new bonds. Cosmic forces cannot be redirected without consequences. I accept those consequences, Naruto declared. Then, turning to Sasuke whose transformation had paused mid-process, caught between Kronos' influence and the harmonized power now filling the valley, and I will not sacrifice my friend to achieve it. With his free hand, Naruto reached toward Sasuke, extending a single harmonized chain that connected with the tracking mark at its core. Release him, he commanded with authority that transcended divine hierarchies. His path is his own to choose. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the golden corruption began receding, flowing back into the tracking mark which shrank to its original hourglass symbol before detaching from Sasuke's skin entirely. It hovered in the air between them, pulsing with frustrated purpose. Return to your source, Naruto directed, and the mark dissolved into particles of light that flowed into the reality tear, rejoining Kronos' essence below. Sasuke collapsed, exhausted but free from corruption. Hinata supported him while maintaining her connection to Naruto, the harmonized energy continuing to flow through their joined hands. What now? She asked as reality fluctuations intensified around them. The combined power they channeled was destabilizing local physics, creating unpredictable effects throughout the valley. Now I complete the binding, Naruto answered. And pay the price the prophecy demands. Understanding dawned in her eyes. The guardian path. He nodded once, resolve unwavering. I stand at the threshold. Neither fully mortal nor completely divine. Maintaining balance between realms. You won't be alone, she promised, squeezing his hand with fierce determination. Before he could respond, a new presence manifested beside them, Kushina's spirit, more substantial than ever before, accompanied by a tall figure in black robes that radiated ancient power. Father, Naruto acknowledged, recognizing Hades even in this partial manifestation. My son, the god replied, genuine emotion breaking through his typically controlled demeanor. You found the path between paths. As I hoped you might. You knew this would happen? Naruto asked, even as he continued channeling harmonized energy into the binding chains. I suspected the possibility, Hades admitted. The prophecy spoke of tears from the divine parent. I prepared to pay that price, if necessary. Kushina's spirit moved closer, her form glowing with maternal pride. But the prophecy also mentioned power freely given. This is our gift to you, Naruto. A portion of your father's divine essence, freely surrendered to stabilize the binding you've created. Hades extended his hand, and from it flowed shadow essence, the fundamental power of his realm distilled into transferable form. Not to increase your authority, but to sustain what you've created without consuming your mortal essence. The binding would kill him otherwise? Hinata asked, alarm clear in her voice. Not immediately, Hades clarified. But over time, yes. Maintaining cosmic constraints requires power beyond mortal capacity. This essence will create a renewable connection to the underworld's energies, allowing sustainable balance. Naruto absorbed this information while continuing the complex binding process. The chains had now completely encircled Kronos' manifestation, creating a new type of constraint that allowed controlled influence rather than absolute isolation. There's a cost to you as well, he observed, looking at his father. Surrendering divine essence diminishes your own power. Hades inclined his head in acknowledgement. A price willingly paid. Some things transcend even divine hierarchies. Family among them. This simple declaration, so at odds with traditional understanding of the remote, calculating Lord of the Dead, touched Naruto deeply. Here was proof that his father had truly loved his mother, truly cared for his son, despite the constraints that had kept them separated. I accept your gift, Naruto said formally. And the responsibility it entails. The shadow essence flowed from Hades to Naruto, integrating with the harmonized energy already flowing through him. Immediately, the strain of maintaining the binding chains diminished, becoming sustainable rather than consuming. The binding is stabilizing, Hinata reported, her Byakugan tracking energy flows across dimensional boundaries. But reality distortions continue throughout the valley. The final step remains, Hades stated. Sealing the tear itself. Naruto nodded understanding. The outer path completes. With newfound mastery born of necessity, he focused the harmonized power through the fully activated Rinnegan. Creation energy responded to his directed will, weaving a complex seal that incorporated elements of shadow and light, death and life, constraint and freedom in perfect balance. Not division, he repeated his earlier insight. Not dissolution. True equilibrium. The seal took shape, a spiraling mandala of interwoven energies that settled over the reality tear like a living membrane. As it connected with the binding chains holding Chronos, the entire system pulsed with self-sustaining harmony. It's working, Kushina observed with wonder. The boundaries are re-establishing while maintaining controlled permeability. Indeed, reality distortions throughout the valley began smoothing, cosmic forces realigning according to the new paradigm established by the harmonized seal. Not a return to rigid separation between realms, but controlled interaction through regulated channels. As the process completed, Naruto felt something fundamental shift within himself. The Rinnegan's power adjusted, integrating more completely with both his mortal chakra network and the divine essence gifted by his father. The crown of Erebus on his brow transformed slightly, becoming less an artifact of authority and more an extension of his own being. The guardian awakens to his purpose, Hades observed with quiet satisfaction. Neither mortal nor god, but bridge between worlds. Exhaustion hit Naruto suddenly as the immediate crisis passed. He would have collapsed if not for Hinata's unwavering support. Together they knelt at the edge of what had been a reality tear but now appeared as a shimmering portal, still present but controlled, constrained by the living seal they had created together. What happens now? Sasuke asked, recovering enough to approach them. The experience had transformed him as well, his Sharingan evolved into something new that incorporated elements of the wave pattern without the corrupt influence. Balance requires maintenance, Hades explained. The seal you've created will function autonomously to a degree, but regular attention from its creator will be necessary. You mean I'm bound to this place? Naruto asked, concerned. Not to this physical location, his father clarified. But to the role of maintaining balance between realms. You'll need to establish regulated pathways, monitor boundary integrity, address incursions that threaten equilibrium. A cosmic guardian, Hinata summarized. As the prophecy foretold. Naruto considered the implications. Not the normal life he'd once envisioned, certainly. But not eternal isolation either. Can I still live in Konoha? Lead the Twilight Guard? Your physical presence isn't constrained, Hades assured him. Only your cosmic responsibility. Think of it as additional duties rather than replacement of existing ones. This was a relief. The prophecy's warning about separation had concerned him deeply, the thought of losing connections to those he loved, to the village he'd sworn to protect. And the divine factions, he asked. How will they respond to this reconfiguration? With predictable self-interest, Hades said dryly. Olympus will protest the increased permeability while secretly exploiting new access channels. Minor pantheons will celebrate expanded influence opportunities. The Titans. He glanced toward the sealed portal, will adapt to constraint with purpose rather than absolute isolation. Even Chronos may find constructive outlets for his conceptual influence, given sufficient time. Kushina's spirit approached her son, pride radiating from her transparent features. You've changed cosmic politics forever, Naruto. By choosing balance over dominance, sustainability over absolute control, you've created something entirely new. As they spoke, reality continued stabilizing throughout the valley. The spiral depression gradually returned to natural topography, though the central portal remained, now marked by a perfectly circular pool of water that reflected not the sky above but glimpses of multiple realms simultaneously. Word spread quickly through their assembled forces. The spirits of legendary shinobi who had fought to establish the perimeter now gathered at respectful distance, observing the outcome with varying degrees of understanding. The first Hokage approached, his spiritual presence more substantial than usual in the aftermath of cosmic reorganization. In all my years studying the connection between mortal and divine, Hashirama said, I never imagined witnessing such fundamental reconfiguration. You've rewritten the rules that govern reality itself, Naruto. Not rewritten, Naruto corrected, still supported by Hinata as his strength gradually returned. Reinterpreted. The fundamental laws remain, but with greater flexibility, more balanced implementation. The moon had passed its zenith, beginning its gradual descent toward the western horizon. As its angle changed, the harmonized energy throughout the valley took on a softer quality, integration replacing intervention, maintenance supplanting creation. We should return to Konoha, Sasuke suggested pragmatically. Your shadow clone at Olympus will need guidance on how to present these developments to the Divine Council. Actually, Kushina interjected with a small smile, that may have resolved itself already. The cosmic reconfiguration would have been felt throughout all divine realms simultaneously. Your clone has likely been very busy explaining phenomena it doesn't fully understand. Indeed, moments later, a spirit messenger arrived from their communication relay team. Commander, the spirit reported, we've received urgent contact from Mount Olympus. Your other self requests immediate guidance regarding explaining cosmic restructuring to increasingly agitated gods. Despite exhaustion, Naruto laughed, the tension of hours breaking in a moment of unexpected humor. Tell him to inform the council that balance has been established through harmonized implementation rather than unilateral action. And that full briefing will follow once the Guardian has recovered sufficient strength to present himself properly. Very diplomatic, Hinata observed with a smile. I've had good teachers, he replied, thinking of his mother's coaching and his father's strategic insights. As dawn approached, they began the journey back to Konoha. The army of dead legendary shinobi moved in formation around them, while living forces coordinated cleanup and monitoring of the valley, now designated as the Convergence Sanctuary, in preliminary reports to Tsunade. Naruto walked between Sasuke and Hinata, each supporting him as the full impact of his exertions made themselves felt. The Rinnegan remained active but at diminished intensity, adjusting to its new role as interface between realms rather than tool of domination. So, Sasuke said after they had traveled some distance in comfortable silence. Guardian of Cosmic Balance. Quite the career change from future Hokage. Naruto smiled tiredly. Who says they're mutually exclusive? Konoha could benefit from leadership that understands divine politics firsthand. The council might have opinions about that, Hinata pointed out. Having the Cosmic Guardian also serving as a village leader. The council can express all the opinions they want, Naruto replied with newfound confidence. But they no longer dictate terms to me, or to any mortal realm. That's what balance means. Mutual respect rather than hierarchical control. Ahead, the sun broke over the horizon, casting long shadows behind them while illuminating the path forward. Naruto found symbolic meaning in this simple natural phenomenon, standing between light and shadow, belonging to both while bound by neither. Kushina's spirit walked beside them, gradually becoming more transparent as morning strengthened. I must return to the underworld soon, she explained regretfully. Even with increased permeability between realms, spirits have natural domains they must respect. But you'll visit? Naruto asked, the child in him still seeking his mother's presence despite his cosmic responsibilities. More easily than before, she assured him. The pathways you've established allow for regulated transit in both directions. Both your father and I will maintain connection, though not constant presence. A fair arrangement, he acknowledged. Better by far than the complete separation of his childhood. As they approached Konoha's gates, Naruto sensed a shift in the spiritual atmosphere. Divine messengers had already arrived, representing various pantheons seeking clarification on the cosmic changes they'd experienced. Olympians, oceanic entities, representatives of Eastern and Western traditions alike, all gathered with unprecedented cooperation born of shared uncertainty. Looks like you'll be explaining yourself sooner rather than later, Sasuke observed. We'll explain ourselves, Naruto corrected, looking between his closest companions. This wasn't my achievement alone. Hinata squeezed his hand, the golden glow of her evolved Byakugan resonating with his Rinnegan in sustained harmony. Shadow and light together, she reminded him. In perfect balance. The gates opened before them, revealing a village transformed not physically but fundamentally, the first mortal settlement fully aware of its place in a cosmic reorganization. Tsunade waited at the entrance, flanked by Kakashi and other village leaders, her expression a complex mixture of relief, pride, and wary anticipation. "Welcome back," she greeted formally. "Or should I say, welcome home, guardian of the convergence." Naruto straightened, drawing on reserves of strength he hadn't known he possessed. The crown of Erebus settled more comfortably on his brow, the rod of dominion humming with satisfied purpose in his grip. Behind him stood his legion of legendary dead, before him the village he had sworn to protect, and beside him the companions who had helped him forge a new cosmic paradigm. "Home," he agreed simply. No matter what titles or responsibilities come with it. For in the end, that was the true meaning of balance he had discovered, not sacrifice of one aspect for another, but integration of seemingly opposing elements into harmonious whole. Mortal and divine. Living and dead. Shadow and light. All part of a greater equilibrium that he would now maintain, not through dominance but through understanding. The son of Hades had found his path, not in darkness or in light, but in the balance between. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.